Welcome in, everybody. It is Wednesday, 10 December 2025. I am setting up for tonight's stream. Starting out, we'll have a pre-show for Censorship Sucks. Then later we will have Paranormal Intelligence Agency with Jack Carey. It's going to be great tonight. And then to finish it all off, we have Nancy Planetta with the Wick and Vixen. Hope everybody's strapped in, got their cups and food. We're going to get ready to set up and make this work. All right? So, hope everybody's had a great week, great weekend. It's hump day, so you better believe we're ready to go. Only a couple more weeks till Christmas, and then New Year's right after that. If you don't have your gifts net already, I hope that you get them soon. I know I still have quite a bit of stuff to get myself yet. Let me get the guys on the horn. Do 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 do. Calling the people. Bullhorn Barry. Mr. Galt. Oh, no, wrong one. Wrong one. That's Sunday. That would have been a mess. Getting everybody together.
Sunday one on hold.
Hello.
Okay, we're in Sunday, or
we're in Wednesday tonight. I clicked the wrong one by accident. I got click happy. All right, cut me a break every now and then. It's not often that happens.
No, because I was sitting in a room with Barry just he and I, and then you're calling me on Sunday. I'm like, what?
Yep,
that's
oops.
Weird.
Yeah, oops. All right.
Oops, I did it again. Yeah. Hello, mic check. 1, 2.
Yeah, you coming through nice and clear there, Barry.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I do want to let you know, Cecilia's birthday is today. If she shows up in the Kick Chat, she wants you to sing happy birthday to her.
Okay, man. I'm all game.
All right.
You gotta join.
So that's a request before we get on air. All right. If she comes in before that.
Did I tell you that I was a senior citizen now? I can't do it. I can do it on Cecilia, but I can't do this. Senior citizen. Yeah, I'm getting those senior citizen discounts, man. Liking it too. I went to one yesterday. I went to the thrift store and I go, hey man, you got a senior citizen discount? And I go, I'm 60, and they go, it's 62, and she goes, but I'll let you slide. I was like, thanks. I got extra 10% off. I'll take it.
Nice.
Hey, it's worth something, right? You might as well milk it for all that it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I ain't there.
It's
the only damn good thing about it.
I know. It was my mom had her 85th birthday recently, and it was like I was thinking to myself, man, time has just flown, dude. It's just like, I don't know, it seems like yesterday I was in high school.
No.
So
No, not that.
Well, you can remember it like it was yesterday.
Well,
I'm just saying.
You would go there, but anyways, yeah,
I'm not fond of my high school memories. There's some good ones, but it was like, could have been better.
Could have been better. Yeah.
Yeah. At least we weren't having, mobs of people having fights like they do now in schools. Like, right. You know what I'm talking about?
Something like that.
Yeah, the mob. I watched a fight just the other day on X. I posted it on mine. It's just a bunch of, I don't know if it's 7,500 people at a school in a gym. They were all just brawling, man. Like they had no control of the kids whatsoever. I think there were adults involved probably as well. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird watching it. That would never have happened when we were in high school. Never. Never.
No.
And what's funny is I used to make fun of like how my parents would talk, we used to walk 2 miles in the snow to school and all this kind of stuff. And now that I'm 60, I sound like them. It's really,
I still use the deal. Yeah, back when I was a kid, we had to walk 10 miles to school, uphill both ways and back.
Yeah. How does that work?
I'm like, well, in Pennsylvania, it's quite possible. You get the dips and hills all over the place.
You can't go the same way back.
No.
Mic check, 1 and 2. Hi-yo! Kia All right, it's good. Everything is primed and ready. Give me one. Come on, CS. John, give me one. Give me a good one.
Scammer.
Oh yeah. Oh man,
Yeah,
that was.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, throw some effects on it for him.
I'm
I
trying.
gotta save my voice here, man.
Come on, John. Give it to us.
That is the Kiastama.
I guess, well, it won't be heard on my end, but it may be heard recording later. Welcome, Kim So Pretty 6,
Man.
Ninja Edge TV, YouTube, I should say. And
Okay, sweet.
it's Thugs. Yeah, in the Kick Chat. Appreciate each and every one of you folks joining in tonight. Oh, yeah.
So are we going to sing Happy Birthday in opera style tonight? I think that's like the appropriate thing to do.
Yeah. If she's out right now. She messaged me that if she was going to go get herself a birthday dinner and all that. I'm like, okay.
What, macaroni and cheese?
I don't know. It's like...
I had some slamming macaroni and cheese the other day.
I mean, seriously, people might think I was joking, but macaroni and cheese, when it's done right, dude, come on. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I got some I was at Walmart and I got a rotisserie chicken, and it had like 2 sides, like mashed potatoes and what do you call it, mac and cheese. And I was like, whatever, I'll get it. I don't really like mac and cheese, but I'll take it. And it was so good.
Mm-hmm.
It just was slamming.
I totally believe it.
I just something about mac and cheese just always, unless I make it at home, all right, it don't taste right to me. That's just how it is.
Yeah, it's like ramen, man. I grew up living, God, man, my late teens and early 20s was like poverty and just ramen and mac and cheese, and you just I can't eat ramen to this day. It's so vile. Even like if I see it on YouTube, some dude goes to Japan and gets like authentic ramen from some place, and I'm like, why would you get that? It just looks horrible to me. Which is kind of a shame because I'm sure it's actually really good, but I would never. There was no way in hell I'd ever order that.
If you go to Japan, they have really good ramen noodles, though.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. They even have good ramen noodles in convenience stores because they have like pretty decent quality food in the convenience stores of all places.
Oh yeah. Yeah, their 7-Elevens are like night and day to ours.
Oh yeah, yeah, completely, man. And that's probably why they live longer. You know, they do live the longest. That nation lives longer than anybody. I think the average.
I'll be right back, guys. Keep talking. I'm gonna go
86.
top my coffee off.
Woman is 86, the average age. And then we're saying, I guess this was kind of before Fukushima though, so it may have changed since then. But they were saying 91 would be the average age for a woman, because a woman generally lives typically a little bit longer than men on average.
Yeah.
But I'm convinced, though, that women make even worse tyrants than men. After the shamdemic, you know, all these people on the left saying women need to take over control and everything. When I look back at the shamdemic and I think of the worst offenders, I mean, I think of some of the women that were in control, you know, like the...
Randy Weingarten?
That woman from the foreign country that was just a complete and total tyrant. I can't remember her name. And then Gretchen, she's pretty tyrannical.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, I don't know. The women, they seem to go really hardcore when they become a tyrant. It's probably a draw. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just human nature, I think. But I was surprised to see that, you know, they were voting all these women in thinking, I don't know, that things were going to be good, and it just made it worse. They were like tyrannical. At least I'm saying the women they chose were tyrannical. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but, you know, that's what you get. It's kind of like DEI. You know, we just have to have a woman. Doesn't matter if she's the right woman or not. It's just, let's have a woman. Then you get some crazy in there that loves power. Anyway, not to change the subject, but and speaking of food, I was watching a video on X. You know, you see all these little videos on different recipes for food and stuff like that. And it was a guy making a steak. And it was kind of a thin steak. It was like, who eats a thin steak, man? At least it's got to be at least 1.5 inches, 2 inches thick, right? And it's got to be, you know, at least, I don't know, 10, 12 ounces at least. This thing was like a patty for starters. And then he took like 6 full, you know, cubes of butter. The big ones, not like a little, you know, thin one, but the big one, the full ones, and put it in a pan, and then melted it over the steak. And then it was like that expensive steak, you know, that you pay a whole bunch of money for. And he boiled it in that, and I was like, what a waste of butter.
All right.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know.
You know how much butter costs?
We have
Like
one more Sunday and one more Wednesday to go. And our girl is in the chat right now. Cecilia, happy birthday. And Barry, take it away.
Senior citizens here want to sing you happy birthday. 1, 2, 3. You guys got to join with me now.
Well, we can't. If we all sing at the same time, it'll
I'm
mute us out.
What's that?
If we all talk at the same time, it mutes people. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Like when Mark talks over you mid-sentence, it just mutes you. You know what I mean?
All right, let me get through the bullhorn then. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cecilia. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
And many more. There you go. You heard it first.
All right.
And right here at the pre-show.
It was quality, man. That was, you know, on tune and everything, right? Beautiful.
Beautiful, man. It was brilliant. Although the best happy birthday ever was when we had Patty Doyle on, and Yotivation sang it to him and her like sultry Marilyn Monroe voice.
Oh yeah.
He went crazy for that, man. He was like, "Oh my God, that was the greatest."
How's that?
There you go. You got water, you got food, and you're not going outside. It's all done.
All right.
So there you go.
All right, Cecilia.
You're not abused. You're not abused, Blue. You're just staying inside for a little bit.
For your birthday treat for dinner? What was your birthday dinner?
Oh no, she's not responding
Chinese?
back. You know,
Italian?
I hope you didn't
Mac
run
and
cheese.
No, lie down. Lie down. Good.
He's talking to Blue, not you, Cecilia.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking to me at first. Like, you're going to be locked in the room, no water. It's like, well, that's pretty much what it's like during the show.
Lay it down, there, Barry.
I have no water. Never get a chance to even take a bathroom break. You know how they because the tyrant's the smart guy, the producer. He's just cracking the whip every chance he gets.
Oh yeah. Oh,
not a very nice guy, man. You know, overworked, underpaid. That's brutal.
Been like that for almost 20 years now.
He censors us, tells us what we can and cannot say. You know.
I made them sign like non-disclosure agreements that are even thicker and bigger than the ones that Ollie North shredded from when he did the Iran-Contra thing.
Right on, my brother.
That's going back in the time machine.
Yeah. Been doing a lot of blasphemy lately. It's about the only thing that's decent anymore. Hey, have you checked out The Enemy from Within yet on Tubi?
No.
You got to see. And by the way, yesterday on the Alex Jones show, Patrick Byrne was on the show, and he broke breaking news, which is, of course, I suspected all along. He admitted he was CIA. And not anymore because he's rogue and he's actually spending all of his time going after the deep state. But essentially, he was CIA under Obama.
Hi, baby.
So that was kind of interesting. Goodness gracious, what are you doing to your dog, man?
I know. Can you hear those sneezes?
Yeah, sneezing. Zeus has been sneezing a lot here lately, too.
I know,
Is it something going around now? Dogs with allergies?
Yeah, it's called chemtrails.
Do you know that Nancy knows Byrne?
Really?
Her nose burned? From what?
You know the guy that you were talking about?
Patrick Byrne?
Patrick Byrne, yeah.
What about him?
She knows him.
Oh, he's a great guy. I mean, dude, after seeing that movie, I was just blown away, dude. Man, that was so entertaining. God, it's such a good. It's free right now. Free. I mean, you got to watch ads unless you watch it on your laptop or PC with Brave browser. Then, of course, it's no ads. But man, it's well worth watching. And I binged almost all 3, hour-plus long episodes in one sitting. It was that good. And yeah, he admitted he's CIA. And he's probably just now more like a white hat that's working with the Trump administration to take down the deep state. Like Alex Jones, I've said many times before that he is a white hat. He's working directly with the CIA, the FBI, the Trump administration, him and Michael Flynn. I mean, it's all out in the open. They don't even hide that fact. But I said it before they admitted to it. Just because it was obvious. They hinted at it, so I figured that, it must be what they're trying to say. But we need that. We need people on the outside influencing people on the inside, especially when you start to wonder if Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are even doing their job. I mean, I'm not saying they are or not. I don't know. It makes me wonder, though. Sometimes I question if they're really all in or not. Because they need to be all in. Or we're going back to the way it was.
Where's the arrests?
Try this again.
Where's the arrests?
Well, it better be coming soon, man.
Yeah,
I would imagine before. I mean, I think we could safely make a prediction that before the 2026 elections, there will be, an arrest or two or more. So if they don't, then it would make me wonder what's going on because they would need that for the midterms. You know what I'm saying? And that might be why. They're, I don't know, holding back a little bit. I'm sure a lot of it's just opposition, but who knows exactly. I would think they're trying to do things strategically.
Yeah, well, you would think that they would knock it out before the the midterms, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And because that's going to affect the midterms, no? Or do you think that
Exactly.
they'll do it after the midterms to clean house?
Well, they're going to need to do it right before the midterms because MAGA is slightly fractured. And CS made a great point last week where he was talking about actually, you know, the MAGA base is still every bit as strong as it was. That's true, but the independents and the libertarians and the others that voted for Trump are now sort of split. So we are not as strong as we were. That's mainly because of people like Nick Fuentes and I guess maybe Candace Owens, all these people, they're just like, you know, turning their backs on Trump. And Owen Schroyer, which I like. I've met the guy. He's a cool guy. And now he's just like, you know, black-pilled. Thinks that like nothing good has happened, you know, just because we haven't, you know, done everything that we wanted him to do in like, what, the first year? He's still got 3 more years left. At the end of 4 years, if he doesn't do a whole bunch, then yeah, go ahead and complain. But now that's a little premature.
Well, he's already done a whole bunch. I mean,
exactly, he has, for sure. But they're getting hung up, dude. They're getting hung up on the stupid Epstein thing. They're getting hung up on, you know, the arrest, which they're trying to make arrests, but they keep getting sabotaged by the lawfare of the left, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the
and they're releasing Epstein stuff left and right, you know.
Right. And the chemtrails thing is not making people happy either because nobody understands, like, why can't that end? Because Trump is the commander-in-chief. That should be, like, taken care of immediately. Mm-hmm. And Wayne Allen Root went off on it, and he was like, let's get it done, you know? But I think it needs to be more than just get it done and stop. They got to expose it and then arrest people. What they've done is a crime against humanity. So,
oh, yeah, it should be...
Jail. Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The people that are really behind that, the people that have done that, and even the lower level ones that knew better but went along with it, that were fully aware of the damage it might do, they need to go to jail too. Lesser crime, but they need to go to jail as well. So you're going to have that top tier and then the tier right below it as well going to jail. Yeah, I think Trump's done a lot, man. He really has. I mean, think about where we would be if Kamala was here, man. I mean, he's secured the border. He's bringing back prosperity. Yeah. I mean, free speech. So many.
It's a horrifying thought. You know, where we would be otherwise. It's a horrifying thought. With Biden or Kamala, either one, it would just be a disaster zone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the left keeps posting up on X pictures of Kamala and go, oh, man, just think where we could be now. And I just post, yeah, here's where we would be. And I list all the things that we would be on, all the tyranny that we would be under. And then, you know what? I get no response from anybody on the left that's like, you know, at least not any major influencers. They don't ever want to like, and again, most of the people, they just say, you know, F you and stuff, and then they comment back. But if you give them something intelligent that challenges them, most of the time they don't want to debate you, man. That's what it comes down to. They don't want to debate anybody that knows more than they do. Because most of those people on the left don't know anything. Not saying I know a lot, but I know more than they do.
We got Brent tonight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have the link?
Don't you normally just call him in?
I do, but here lately he's been using like a guest account, so I can't just do, if he's using a guest account, I can't do that.
All right, then he's probably not going to have the link since we're using the Wednesday one or the Sunday one. Should we switch when we switch rooms? Should we switch to the Wednesday?
No, we are in Wednesday already. When I realized what I did, I clicked it off and recalled over here. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I see what's going on. I just have it in my. I have it in my tab up here for some reason. It just won't go away.
We have the Great Conspiracy out there restreaming us tonight. Oh yeah.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, it was like in both the rooms at once, and it was just showing a bar at the top saying I was in the Sunday room. So yeah, if we're in the assuming obviously we are in the right place, he should be able to find it. If not,
Yeah.
you should be able to call him in, and or I could.
Yeah. Well, we might, like I said, just thinking a little bit ahead, because we did take that break, and the next break's going to be 2 weeks, basically, and like, wow, it's going to be a nice rest.
Yeah. Yeah, so Barry, we got one more show. If I get bored, I might try to get bored. What's that? What's that?
Go ahead. No, I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I thought you jumped in there and were saying something. That was weird. But yeah, we'll have one more show, and then we've got off till I think the 10th or something of January, or it wouldn't be that late. I don't. The first Sunday is the 4th is this first Sunday,
right?
If I'm not mistaken, and that will be the first show we do next year.
Mm-hmm. And the 7th will be the very first Wednesday show that we do. So in between, probably before...
It'll be I don't know.
The 25th.
If the 4th of the Sunday, that almost means what? 4th of July, New Year's Eve is what, a Wednesday?
No, New Year's Eve is on Thursday.
It'll be the first, Friday, 2nd, 3rd, Saturday. Yeah, 4th Sunday.
Yeah, it's on Wednesday. Wednesday the 31st.
That's New Year's Eve.
New Year's Day
is the 1st, which is the
so,
not the 3rd, but Thursday.
Oh, I might even send you a postcard in between just to, let you know. Hey, Brent, how you doing?
Never better. How are you? Are we about to end this one and go to a new one?
Yeah, in about 2 minutes.
Okay. I made it. I'm excited.
He's not me. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him real good.
I can hear him. It's fine, yeah.
I can't hear anybody.
What?
Hello? Test. 1, 2, 3. Test.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you guys now. Yeah. I need to buy a new headset. It's on its last legs.
I got a bunch of them, man. Just give me your address and I'll ship you one. Somewhere I can send it.
Okay. But Brent, you're
Christmas.
in here now. We're going to have to drop this room in a second and open it back up. Yep. So hang tight.
Yep.
In about a minute or so, we're going to hang up the phone and then call you back.
Okay, I've been hung up on before.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
We're not telemarketers this time, all right? And
telemarketer hanging up on you.
Don't confuse us with Candace Owens or the DNC, okay?
Got it. All fun stuff to talk about. Yeah.
Oh,
lots going on in the world.
This will be your last show of the year with us, so I'm sure that's going to take and get us some, New Year's resolutions or predictions from you, right?
Wherever you want to take me, I'll try to go.
Wherever
political
John wants to
predictions,
take
man.
you.
He loves political predictions.
Yeah.
Take us
Now,
home.
you got your camera on, Brent, but it's pointing at the bottom of your table or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, does it make sense? Oh, I wonder if it's reversed.
Could be.
It looks like it is. No. How can this be? What?
There you go. I saw the door.
No, I
There's
mean it
the
doesn't
coffee pot
make
or something over there on the table.
it doesn't make sense. The camera should be in
Your
the middle
floor
of
is
the
relatively clean.
Yeah.
We should probably switch
in
rooms
fire
about
department,
here, man.
you don't have to worry about fire hazards because I noticed that the plugs in the wall were all good to go, and you're not over plugging.
My goodness!
In doing
I
that.
know what's happened.
Okay.
I know what's happened.
What's
It's
happening?
connected through my phone instead of my computer. This is my cell phone screen. There's
there you go. Anyways, now that you're back, we'll be right back after this. I'm going to reconnect this up so that we can get everything
hang
going.
Up here.
Okay, I'm hanging up.
Brett, you got to hang up.
I'm trying. I'm going to restart my phone. I can't figure this out.
Okay, I'm going to hang up and I'll end the call, and it should knock us all out. All right. Hold on tight. We got Censorship Sucks coming right up here in just a minute. Let's get things going here. I got to get the call going. John, Barry, Brent.
Okay.
There we go.
Straight into the countdown.
No, not quite yet.
There's Barry. And there's Brent.
I'm gonna get
okay,
us,
perfect.
I'm going to get us all in here, and then I'll do the countdown.
I'm going to be listening to you guys on the big 65-inch, man, the new one.
Sweet. How's that treating you?
Oh, man.
All right, you got 30
I'm
seconds.
gonna pick
all right?
All right, what? Brent is just spinning on my screen. Do you guys see him there?
He's spinning.
He'll get in. Don't worry.
Oh, now it went, what? No phone, it said. Now it's black. Something ain't
We can
going
hear you,
right.
Brent. Don't worry.
Brent, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do me a favor.
Yep.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
can hear you good.
Yeah. We have like 5 seconds.
All right.
Here's your countdown.
Keep going. I guess
3, 2,
do it without a screen.
1. You are live and on the air right now.
Yeah, you can do it without a screen, no problem.
You're on the air.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 10th, 2025. Man, we are getting close to the end of the year. 2025 just flew by. It feels like we just watched the November elections and Trump just got put in office, and yet here he is almost a year out. Pretty incredible stuff. But tonight, we have with us the great Brent Hamachek. Brent, I always say you're from Human Events, but some big news has unfolded over the last month. So you want to bring us up to speed on all that?
Yeah, not you won't say with Human Events anymore. So
okay,
we've sold our platforms rolled up and into just the network. We are now part of John Solomon's group. I think there's two kinds of people with regard to how they view John Solomon in the world of journalism. Either they understand that he's the best in the field, or they don't know what they're talking about. He's at the very top of the food chain. He's the best in the business, and nobody's close. And so we are now part of a pretty exciting organization that's going to be continue to be built, grow. Lots of offerings of lots of different type of content. There will be something for everybody. And I don't know. I guess if you're a fan of Karl Marx, you might find yourself challenged. But in any case, great platform, really exciting. We're running with a better class of criminals. So we're excited about it.
Yeah, and I'm very impressed. I remember a long time ago, in your early days on the show, I asked you where you got your news. And John Solomon was the first and I think only name that really came out of your mouth, right?
Yep, it's the only place people really need to go. So the thing about what John does is that every story in the country at a national level that matters, they cover it. And not only do they cover it accurately. Now, you can get the same stories elsewhere, but what you will find is missing when you get those stories is speed, for starters. Verified sources and content is another. And then you'll also, when you're getting some of those same stories elsewhere, you'll get some other stories that aren't true. And, I think I've said on your show before, somebody will come to me with the latest, wildest conspiracy theory about something. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a nap. You tap me on the shoulder when John Solomon reports it, and then I'll pay attention. And if he doesn't report it, it isn't true. So something that seems to be extraordinarily significant when you hear about it, if you want to know if it's true, hang on tight, see if John reports on it. Because if it sounds significant and he doesn't cover it, it's false. That's simple. So everyone in your audience ought to start paying attention to what's happening with JTN Network. Get your Just the News subscription. Know that more subscriptions and offerings are going to be falling in together over time. And it's a platform you'll want to pay attention to, perhaps at the exclusion of others, except for your show. Also, keep listening to your show.
Yes, of course. As we will get much of our articles from Just the News as well, which it's on my daily rotation for a long time. But now especially it's moved up much higher on the list because of your affiliation with them and how much respect I have for you and what you guys are doing over there. So what is going to happen to human events?
Well, one of the things that'll happen is that you will, and it was part of the press release, is that you're going to see an expansion into the world of actually doing events. And so that means in-person events, live streaming events, recorded events, but events. And, various opportunities and structures for people participating in and viewing those still being discussed and finalized. You can imagine that we're in a moment of absorption and other things, right? I mean, that's how it works when any number of businesses combine and come together. There's a period of time where you're sorting some things out. But I can tell you that there's going to be great access available to people for all sorts of in-person and streaming events. I think most people don't really realize that Live Nation is under control of the Soros family. That's probably news to a lot of folks. Just think of Live Nation for concerts and things. But it's a Soros entity, and there's really been no even partial answer to that from the Team Right side. And so this is part of what we're going to do inside this platform is provide that answer.
Now, the Human Events podcasts and whatnot, Jack Posobiec, obviously it's like must watch for so many people. Will that just be rebranded? I'm sure he'll continue doing that. Will it be under the News brand, or will it stay with Human Events?
There's all sorts of stuff that's still in the process of being worked out, exactly what it looks like, how it shakes out, those kinds of things. Best thing for people to do is just stay tuned. And, I'll give you updates every month on your show. But in the meantime, if you get your Just the News subscription, anything we do and announce, you'll be able to find it there, and you'll be able to keep track of the latest and greatest in terms of changes and things.
And I imagine, Post Millennial was under Human Events, so that was absorbed as well. According to the press release you sent me. I imagine that won't change a whole lot over there because they're kind of doing what they do, and they've got such a fantastic team over there with, Andy No and Libby and, just the whole clan they have over there. So I would assume that's probably not going to get fiddled with too much because it's really hitting on all cylinders.
Well, what you'll find is a sort of increased and fresh focus on what the name of the platform is, Post Millennials, right? And so trying to attract a younger demographic into that platform. And I think that's a great idea. The platform has the right name, but in the moment, there's plenty of room to grow. And as we say in Common Ground Campus, there's plenty of room to do better in terms of attracting a younger demographic. So you will see things taking place and changing and happening and being offered in an attempt to attract that market.
Interesting. It's really interesting, man. Congratulations to you, first of all. It sounds like you're really where you want to be, as far as a journalist is concerned.
Well, I'm where I want to be because I'm on your show, so I'm exactly where I want to be on a Wednesday evening. And yeah, no, it's
good.
Look,
answer.
It's all good. It's all good. We're running with a really good crowd now, and I think that to be part of it, it first of all, it's a privilege, right? And you don't take these things for granted. There's a lot of work involved in putting this together. It's been in the works for a very, very long time. And to have it finally come together and the way it did and so on, that's rewarding professionally, just the part about getting it done. And then in this case, we get it done, but then we get to keep going and then be involved with what it is we help put together. So good stuff.
Awesome. Now, what's going on? You just mentioned it a moment ago with Common Ground Campus. What's any news on that front you want to talk about?
We are lined up to have just an extraordinary 2026. We've been the recipient of some really, really nice funding commitments that put us on a level that we just haven't been on before. So all of the real equity and sweat equity that my dear friend Felissa and I have put into this, especially her brainchild, her baby, her hard work, all of that commitment that's been made is really coming together. And, we had a really good 2026 or 2025, excuse me, I'm elderly. In terms of the impact we had on students with our program, the feedback we received, the testimonials. We're stepping into the world now of, and Felissa's doing this with some really good quality professionals assisting, but training and working with young people, she calls them diamonds, finding diamonds and teaching them how to find their voice and express their voice in a constructive rather than a hateful manner on social media and elsewhere. And, and so that is a noble endeavor. We got plenty of people on social media spreading nothing but hatred and garbage. And it is a pretty hateful place. And you can't clean that up overnight. The only way you can clean it up is by reaching young people today to hopefully have them do better tomorrow and for years to come. And maybe instead of hatred being contagious, we can make critical thought contagious.
Yeah, it's such an important skill to learn because it's so easy to have your beliefs questioned and to kind of get angry. It's very easy to do that. And we see families do it to each other. We see friends do it to each other. And that's why so many people, have lost friends and, estranged family and you name it. And with the critical ability to just smile, and you watch people who are good at it, like obviously Charlie Kirk was the king of it, just trusted in God and tried to be the best person he could be and understand that the way he saw things was his way of seeing things, and we could always agree to disagree, which I can't tell you how many times I've heard him say that, It's so important.
Well, it important to be able to agree to disagree. More important to be able to actually talk about and come to an understanding about what those disagreements are. So agreeing to disagree sounds good because it's better than what we experience most of the time. But agreeing to disagree is kind of like, if you're a salesperson, and I've been selling for over 30 years and done it in a lot of industries and teach it, I've run sales teams the whole bit. One of the rules about selling is don't close too soon. Every once in a while, you can close a sale because you've got it. But the truth is, if you had kept going by asking that buyer questions, you actually could have sold them more. So I would suggest to you, to people in your audience, that agreeing to disagree sometimes might be the best sale that you can close. That's okay. But why don't you try to see if you can sell more? And why don't you see if you can't, through asking questions, contemplating the answers, and getting someone to engage, why not see if you can actually agree on a few more things, right? Don't leave the sale on the table. Don't close too soon.
That's funny. I've worked in sales for years too, and the moment you mentioned that, I went, "Oh, yeah." The minute you agree to disagree, you just lost a sale, right?
Right. Yeah. And
it's gone. You're going to go home. They're going to go home, and you didn't make a sale. Somebody made a sale, but it wasn't you.
Well, and in this case, I'm actually suggesting that agreeing to disagree could be the sale, because it might be better than where you were before. But then I'm saying, why not try to sell more? And the next step. So, I'm contemplating writing a column at some point in time where I take a host of phrases that we use all the time, phrases that sound good. In fact, people offer them in a good spirit, but then taking those phrases apart and suggesting that maybe we ought to think about using that phrase. Agreeing to disagree happens to be one of the phrases I have in mind for that very reason.
Interesting. What other phrases do you have? Just like one or two more.
Yeah, well,
if you can, if I don't want you to speak out of class, of course.
Right. Well, one of them would be, "It's not personal, it's just business." That's one of the most damaging phrases that has come into the American lexicon, that came from the first Godfather movie, and it's greatly damaged our commitment to ethic between the hours of 8 and 5. So that's one, right? And as to the rest, you'll have to wait. Maybe I'll tease you with one a month, but at some point in time, I'm going to write this column.
Yeah, don't tease us with one a month. Get the article out, and we can cover it next month when you come out on the show.
I should give that some serious thought, my friend.
All right. Anyway, so let's, dive into the world. I guess I'll just start because I know your background in banking. The Fed's cut rates a quarter point today. 3 people dissented. I think it was 9-3. 2 of the people that dissented didn't want a rate cut. The third one wanted 50 basis points cut. So, hey, at least they're moving in the right direction. Trump was screaming about this for, half the year. Please cut rates, cut rates, cut. Why are you sitting on your hands? Things are going gangbusters. Cut rates, get mortgage rates down, get car loans down, get the cost of capital down, 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 please, so we can grow our economy. Thank you very much. So they finally did it today. Bitcoin was up. All the usual suspects were straight up in the, in the markets today. I don't know. What's your thoughts on all that?
Well, as to the market's reaction, I don't know. Markets have long since, for this entire century, since the days of the dot-com boom, right, which was, of course, an epic failure. The financial markets are no longer tied at all to underlying value of the stocks involved. It is it's legalized gambling. It is extraordinarily large players and traders making bets and covering those bets and figuring out what they're going to bet on. And I got to believe that 9 out of 10 investors can't read a financial statement. Used to be that before you bought a stock, you actually read the financial statement and understood what was going on with the company and if the value was really there. Never in the history of mankind in financial markets have we had so much information available to us to do exactly that, and had people spend so little time really evaluating it. So in terms of a market's reaction to anything, I don't know. It's like watching Las Vegas. doesn't mean much. What does a quarter of a point in interest rates mean? Well, it means a lot to the federal government because all it does is borrow money. Because contrary to popular belief, Washington's as fiscally irresponsible today as it was a year ago. It's a train wreck. So reduces your debt carry costs. It's nice for the federal government. For somebody in the mortgage market or with credit cards or other consumer debt or for a business borrowing money, it doesn't, it doesn't do anything. Nothing. Zero. This is smoke. Tinkering with interest rates. You know, look, it's kind of funny. So when I was a banker, a commercial banker, you know, you'd sit down with a prospective borrower and you wanted to talk to them about banking their business. And, you know, you had all these different cash management things to offer and so on, and all kinds of ways to help their business. And you'd sit down with that business owner and the first thing he would say is, so what's your interest rate, you know, on your loan? What's your interest rate? My answer, by the way, used to be the same as everybody else's, right? That was my answer. And the reason everybody asks about what's your interest rate is because that was the one thing about banking they could actually understand. The interest rate, right? They know that. You're going to charge me interest. So what are you going to charge me? None of the other stuff they understood. And when people focus on interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve and a quarter of a point and all the mishigas around it today, they're doing it because they understand interest rates. Like, oh, rate went down a quarter of a point. They understand that. They don't understand the rest of it. It is a overall insignificant move that has nothing to do with the underpinnings of the health of the American economy. Nothing. Zero. So, but I don't feel strongly about it.
Okay. I figured you'd have an opinion on that one way or another, so I thought I'd ask. But and honestly, the reason I ask is about a half hour before the show, I noticed it in my feed, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'll put that in there to ask Brent about. So,
sure. Well,
but
you know, when you look at long trends in rates, so the Fed's made 3 cuts in a row, and rates start to come down, and so when it's not as though they're like historically high in the first place, okay? But if they continue to tick downward over time, and all of a sudden you're 200 or 300 basis points lower than a watermark of, say, 24 months ago, well, that starts to make a difference in terms of small businesses borrowing. But here's the thing your audience really ought to know. In terms of stimulating economic growth, and my experience in this has only been for 40 years. So take it for what it's worth. Literally 40, almost 41 now. I have never met, when I was a banker, or worked with as a client, for a client, with over 200 engagements in the last 25 years. I have never worked with any business on any level where 25 basis points had anything to do with their decision to borrow money, to invest in a new piece of equipment, buy a piece of real estate. Never. I have never seen it. Now, doesn't mean it doesn't exist, I suppose, right? I haven't seen everything, right? You know, never got to see Raquel Welch in a dark room and so on. Lots of stuff I haven't seen. But, and where that came from, I don't know. The point is...
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, there you go. What I do know is that it's not terribly common, or I would have seen it, because I've got an extraordinary expanse of background. And, you know, so the guy sitting with his steel plant today who's looking, you know, he's been thinking about, do I expand? Do I not expand? Well, the rates just came down, you know, 25 basis points. That's not going to flip his decision. It's not. It's not enough money.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the trend, if you start adding those up over time, then it's down, you know, 200 basis points or, you know, 2 full percentage points for the layman out there. That makes a difference. It's 5% versus 3%. Oh, the numbers work now. You know what I mean? At 5%, they were a little sketchy. At 3%, I feel comfortable. Maybe I pull the trigger on it. But a 0.25%, yeah, no, that's really not going to make a difference. It just hopefully is showing that we're in somewhat of a trend now where, at least the Fed has woken up a little bit. They're not just sitting there crossing their arms saying, no, we'll never cut rates because the tariffs are going to be too inflationary or whatnot. So I don't know. We've got about 25 seconds left. You want to add anything to that really quick before we take a break?
Yeah, first of all, tariffs can't be inflationary by definition. They don't have anything to do with the money supply. So when you hear reports on the news about tariffs causing inflation, it's nonsense. It's being put out by people who don't understand basic economics, number one. And I'm not sure what number two is. Just that, we'll see what the Fed continues to do over time. But this is a move that where there's a lot of political pressure from Trump to do it. It lowers the government's cost of borrowing money, and it also makes it easier for the Federal Reserve to buy back treasuries and pump more liquidity into the economy because it lowers the price, or it makes it more attractive to do that. So,
folks, on that note, we got to take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
Great going, guys. Great going. Hey,
All
Brett,
right.
got a question for you.
Sure.
How can DREAGUS Productions be listed as an affiliate, since you're on our show quite a bit with some of the organizations that you're involved with, so that maybe people that haven't heard that you're on here can come in from those organizations and come check us out.
I think that would be a really fun thing to do. I'd be very happy to run it past our group. I think what could be good to do is maybe for you guys to put together some sort of a email to sort of present and make that case that I'd be able to share and discuss, right? So if you do that, for me, I'll carry the water and see where it goes.
Mark, by affiliate, what do you mean by that? Like, how, Mark or Brent, how would this be represented? Like, I don't know, and Just the News would have sort of a link to us or something, or
we would say,
you know what I mean?
DREAGUS Productions, and underneath it would be in affiliation with the group or groups that he's involved with. Just kind of a listing saying that, hey, we're connected.
Yeah, look,
that'd be cool.
I
if you want to write that up, John, for me, I would appreciate that. And we just need permissions, for the logos and things like that. That if once we did get, or if we did get that we could take and, put those on banners, as well as show that in our slideshows and presentations, for the encores as well. That would be really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it would be kind of free advertisement for both.
Yeah, I'm happy to carry the water. I mean, you guys know I don't run the place, right?
Right.
So, but certainly happy to share the idea on your behalf. You've been nothing but professional and good to me. So happy to see where something like that might go. Just put it together for me. Because the one thing I just don't have the time to do these days is figure out how to put it together myself. Right. Yeah. So that's just a function of hours in the day.
Yeah.
And you just want like a couple paragraphs and maybe some clips from the show.
Yeah. Stuff. Yeah.
I can get you the clips, John, if you can put the letter together. Would you do that for me?
Yeah.
And then once we get permissions and things like that, we can get that emailed to DREAGUS Productions, and then I'll have like a hard copy of it here, so that if anybody says anything, we're good to go.
Yeah, and then we'll run everything before we put anything out live and all that kind of stuff. So, cool. That would be awesome, Brent. Thank you.
You got it.
And you sure you don't run the show? I was told otherwise.
Yeah, tonight you're running the show. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's all on you, man.
Right. Reports of my power and influence have been greatly exaggerated.
Oh, come on. Anybody who listens to the boss and, flexes his muscles on stream like you have in the past. Oh yeah, you're the next senior Mr. America. I'm telling you.
That's hilarious. That's
not
hilarious.
To flatter you to get this happening.
That's like a young security gal at a lobby in Washington D.C. a couple of months ago paid me a compliment on my appearance, and I thanked her. I said, I'm not used to getting a compliment from a pretty young girl. I'm going to have to Google what to say. And she replied by saying, "Oh, I don't believe that for a minute. I bet in your day you were quite the ladies' man." And I just said, "Oh,
30 seconds, folks."
Oh, she's like, "I didn't mean it that way. I didn't." I said,
in my day.
And I'll tell you what, this sounds like something that we should bring back on air because we're getting close to the countdown. Like, oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Brent's escapades. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5.
Oh no,
4,
you didn't.
3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. With us tonight, we've got Brent Hamachek from Just the News Network. How's that sound, Brent? Pretty good? You like hearing that?
It sounds pretty good. I like it a lot. Yeah, it sounds great.
I do too, although, human events I've just lived with for so long. It's been, it goes back to, I knew about you guys back in high school, whereas, Just the News has been pretty big over the last few years, but gosh, I don't know, part of me just, man, that human events brand is just so major. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary, ... It's just such a great name for a news organization.
Yeah, it was started back in 1944. And for anyone not familiar with American history, that was before the Second World War was over. So they started that Thinking Person's periodical right in the heart of wartime, and continued it in various forms all the way up through about 2013 or 12, something like that. Went dormant for a handful of years and then revived in 2019 or 18. And then here we are today. So it continues to be the publication or platform now that just doesn't go away.
Yeah. I mean, it can't. It's got such a storied history that, you in one way or another, 80 years almost. So it's a beautiful thing. But, John Solomon is a absolute legend. Like you said before, if he's not covering it, it's probably not happening, or it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Anyway, let's dive into some news out there. We've got Donald Trump today seized a Venezuelan oil tanker. Just the military went in, grabbed the thing, now it's ours.
Right.
This is a big escalation. People have been screaming bloody murder on the left about the drug boats that were blown out of the water, which I don't like to do that kind of stuff, but I don't see it as illegal or even immoral. If you're going to run in enough drugs to potentially kill 10,000 U.S. citizens, then, what's taking up 4 or 5 gunboat captains in comparison to, 100 kids in different, communities across the state. But this is the next level. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is the next level. And I mean, the story did just break today. So, and by the way, I heard about it by my Just the News push notification.
Okay.
So
they have push notifications? That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. There we go. We'll leave it. Look, it's first of all, it's not about left people on the left going crazy about it. When we do that, we don't just oversimplify, we distort the entire conversation about it, because there's Republicans and Democrats concerned about it. I mean, my thought on it is very, very simple. Our hemisphere, our rules. We get to do whatever we want. And if we know that there's a lot of bad actors coming out of Venezuela, we know they're running drugs. We know they run them on these boats. The fact that so my personal opinion is, it's just fine that we're blowing up these boats. It's fine that we're killing the guys on the boats. If we could kill them twice, that would probably be a good idea too. Then what's interesting though, and I mean, it's sort of vintage Trump in so many ways, is like he goes from that to grabbing an oil tanker. You say, so what's the connection? Well, maybe someone from your audience can call in and tell me. I get it. I'm not stupid. What he's trying to do is cripple the regime and bring it to an end. This is about regime change, right? That's clear. Is it a good or bad idea? I don't know. I sort of don't have an opinion on it. I do think that we could go too far in caring about Venezuela. I think it's perfectly okay to be blowing up drug boats and killing people. I'm good with that. Let's do that every day. Mexico's a bigger problem than Venezuela is. And all we seem to want to send to Mexico are tourists. So I don't know. It comes to mind the old line from the movie Stripes, when they're getting some of the guys are getting worked up because they're about to invade Czechoslovakia, and Bill Murray says it's like going into Wisconsin, right? So Venezuela is kind of like taking care of Wisconsin here. It's just not. I'm not diminishing how evil they are. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be willing to take drastic action with regard to drugs coming into the country to interdict them and eliminate the people running them. I'm good with that. I just wonder, how far does it make sense to go to escalate all of it? Because how much does Venezuela really matter? I mean, if we want to actually invade the country, dispose of their government, occupy it militarily, and seize their oil, I might be able to get on board with that. Not terribly offensive to me. I like the good old days of conquest. But we're not going to do that, to be clear. That's not on the table. So we'll see how it plays out. Just sometimes worry about the erratic nature of the choices that are being made.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I like your take. And I hadn't really thought about it as, I guess, being as irrelevant, like you say, compared to Mexico. As a good takeaway from your thoughts on that. Mexico is, I mean, you've said it before, it's like having Al-Qaeda, on our southern border. Who would be a better neighbor to us, Al-Qaeda or Mexico in their current form? I think you posed the question of once, and I was like, yeah, probably Al-Qaeda would probably be better down there. At least we might be able to keep them in check to some degree. Whereas Mexico
I think the comparison I used was if it was Iran. But yeah, general point taken. And the idea that we tolerate any form of disobedience, any lack of subservience from Mexico or Canada is just mind-boggling to me. These countries exist because of us, right? And in a very simple geopolitical sense, the way the world used to work, they should show their gratitude by doing whatever we tell them to do. And I'm not terribly concerned about how heartless that might sound. These countries enjoy safety and freedom that they squander, by the way, for their people. But they certainly enjoy safety because of the United States. All right, guys, we'll continue to provide you with safety. Here's what we need you to do today, right? And then they ought to do it.
Yeah. You notice how China hasn't invaded like Central America yet? You know, if we weren't protecting them, they could pretty easily take over Costa Rica. It'd take them about an hour.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, no, there's no question about that. And so this general lack of sort of gratitude and acknowledgement, it's common amongst individual human beings, so it shouldn't surprise us that it exists between nations.
And now Trump has been having this same conversation about Europe over the last few days as well. We saw J. Vance do his famous speech a few months ago in Germany, where he said, basically, if you guys aren't protecting free speech and you're not allies in the sense of wanting freedom for your people, at what point do we become adversaries? At what point do we say, hey, why are we funding your military defense for free, for fun, when you guys aren't even protecting your own citizens? In fact, you're, importing millions upon millions of people to, in effect, to replace them with populations that might be more open to your totalitarian type of authorities. And so Trump has been pushing that out in the last few days, and it's really interesting. We saw Zelensky basically walk away from the peace process, no interest, because he knows that Germany and France are ready to start, with inscriptions to get military on the ground over there as quick as they can. I don't know. At what point do they stop becoming our allies?
Well, that's, of course, a big, giant question. And it is so complicated, right? One of the easiest things to do, I think, sometimes is, you look at the facts you just enumerated, all of them accurate, none of them in question. And you say, well, then it's pretty simple. We ought to do this or we ought to do that. The interesting thing about nations, and we've seen this throughout all of human history, is that it is extraordinarily difficult to predict consequences. And you can, and sometimes folks are spot on, and that goes down in history as being a brilliant move, and sometimes they aren't, and that goes down in history as being a cataclysmic blunder, right? So when we look at our relationship with Western, now even Eastern Europe, and our military commitments and what we do to help sort of prop them up, and then we look at their behavior, they're not quite the same as what I said about Mexico and Canada. It's not like they need us to exist, but there's no question that they lean on the fact that they're counting on we'll always do it no matter how hard they push us, right? And so that's a problem. I mean, I think with regard to the Zelensky and European piece, I think the United States response there, to me, is actually simple. We need to just step out of any kind of peace process and stop giving weapons to Ukraine and say you're on your own. That we ought to do, in my mind. That's crystal clear. Like, we're done. We're not just done trying to broker a peace. We're done helping you. Now, that would be in my mind, a relatively smart way to roll some dice. Because your thoughts about Germany and France and conscription and troops, and let's see how Europe behaves if the United States just says, we're done with this. Your problem. They might change their approach very, very quickly, because everything they're doing now is predicated on them saying, oh, the United States might not be happy, they might not be this, they might need that, but they're not really going to do anything involving Western Europe's security. They're not going to really stop getting weapons and aid to the Ukrainians. So we can mess around with them here. We can do this. Well, what if we change the calculus?
Yeah, a great example is they just fined Twitter or X and Elon Musk personally a $140 million fine. Some of that went to Elon Musk. Most of it was directed at X. But the crime is they're just not censoring hard enough. You know, Vanderwalt was talking about how when false speech gets out there, it's too late. You have to counter it with other, in her mind, facts. But she said it's much better. It's more like a vaccine if you can just make it that sort of fake information immune from ever even getting out into the public realm, which I guess is what Elon Musk is guilty of with the largest platform in almost every country in Europe. More people get their news from X than from anywhere else. So he's got him. I mean, he's really got him well. And they've got to realize that you can't just push like this and not expect him to one day say, hey, you know what if we just turn off our services in Europe and force everyone to buy a VPN to, circumvent whatever you're going to try to do next, right? It'd be a baller move. Just try it out for a week. See how your citizens like it,
Right. No. Well, with this great capability that we have for communication instantly and worldwide, the irony of it, we've probably talked about it before, is that it also, sorry about the barking dog in the background, it also provides the greatest capabilities to control speech. They've never existed before, right? And that's sort of odd to you scratch your head. How is that really possible? Well, because platforms can be shut down, people can be arrested more easily. The owner or CEO of a platform easily found. Individual users easily found, right? That you want to target. And you can just plain pull a plug, right? Perhaps not literally, but you can pull it by blocking. And so people have been limiting speech since the dawn of man. This isn't new. I mean, the ancient Greeks were writing about it, so it must have been a problem 2,500 years ago. And it's been written and talked about and tried ever since. So what does that mean? It means that the people in your audience have to understand that the fight to preserve free speech cannot actually be won. You'll never win, right? So I'm a big NFL fan. February, 7th or 8th, there'll be a Super Bowl. There will be a champion. The season will be over. That's not how this works. This is an endless, permanent battle to try to preserve free speech, take it back when it's taken away. If you have a great success on Monday, get up, get dressed, and show up on Tuesday, because there will be more work to do. Do not think you can win this battle. It's not winnable. And it needs to be relentlessly fought for and preserved. And everyone in your audience ought to figure out a way that they can make their contribution and help to do that.
I started the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show.
There you go.
But Barry and I have talked about this as well, as far as like politics are concerned, because I mean, they were trying to run the Nazis out of Hollywood, back in like the 50s and 40s? Right? So, I mean, this has been going on forever.
Well, that was just one form. I mean, the tragic that we refer to the McCarthy era when McCarthy and the Senate was far less powerful and far less censoring than his colleagues in the House of Representatives. That's where the House Un-American Activities Committee existed. McCarthy was more of a showman, bombastic, the whole bit, but it was really the House of Representatives that was doing most of the damage. They got a hall pass because McCarthy took all the oxygen out of the room. That was just one American iteration of all this. And but again, it's been going on for all of human history. So it's pretty simple to me. You're never going to be able to stop it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to be vigilant and constantly fighting back against it, right? So it's and it's always going to come in different forms.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to win all these little battles along the way. You know, to have X be able to be in Europe and be able to have people speak their minds. You know, obviously there are certain things that aren't allowed with free speech. You know, you can't call people to murder and yada yada. But having an opinion about the efficiency of vaccines, right? As a doctor, even with Dr. Zelenko would be a great example. You know, your good friend who was out there fighting like crazy, and he was a doctor, and he was right. Everything he said was right.
Yep, he was, all of it. He was right about all of it, and of course, and we know all the stories about physicians who lost their hospital privileges and the stuff that's gone on in California with medical boards and doctors, and that was, you know, that's very recent, right? And if you said 7 years ago that doctors were going to start to face that kind of censorship on their speech, somebody would have said, "What are you talking about? That's crazy." Only it all happened, right? And fought back against in the moment, not fully successfully, but lots of success. It's still going on. Proves my point. The struggle, you know, you say, "Oh, the struggle is real." How about the struggle is just endless and permanent? That doesn't sound as sexy.
Exactly.
It doesn't work on a coffee mug, but you know, it's permanent. It's not. This isn't going anywhere. We've been fighting for free speech.
To be fair, if you went into a store and saw that coffee mug, you would buy it.
I probably would, because it's, oh, hey, I said that on the show once. It's pretty cool. Yeah, right.
But yeah, no. The scientific debate. You know, the definition of science is to question everything, right? And so they say trust the science, yet to trust the science, you have to shut down half the science. It makes no sense. And that's why we need to cover these stories and get them out there, get people's heads around the fact that it's just wrong to censor out people's ideas and thoughts, and, you know, across the board, because they don't align with what the current political structures and power tend to think or want to push. That's not what it's for. So I don't know, Brent, we got about 2.5 minutes left. Where can people find you online, all that kind of good stuff? What do you have to say for us before we have to part ways, sadly?
Well, the first thing I'll say to everybody is Happy Christmas. I like the way the British say it. You know, the British say Happy Christmas. I watch a lot of British TV. I like that better than Merry Christmas. I like it better than Happy Holidays. I like Happy Christmas. So Happy Christmas, everyone. You know, as somebody who's gone through an interesting faith journey over the course of his lifetime and where I've landed today, I certainly can share this, that whether you have any sort of religious anything or not, there is a way to enjoy this season and try to take stock in the fact and enjoy the fact that in this moment, we're all supposed to at least try a little bit harder, to be a little bit more grateful, to be a little bit more giving, to be a little bit more understanding, to be just a little bit happier. And you don't need to be Catholic or Protestant or Muslim or Jewish or Buddhist or a diehard atheist to embrace those kinds of simple human truths and opportunities, right? So embrace the opportunity of the season to acknowledge the truths that those kinds of things are sort of a better way to live, even if it's only for 30 days or so. But try to enjoy it. And, you know, again, absent your any sort of faith requirement, taking a moment this month to figure something that you might be able to do to touch the life of someone else, either close to you or not close to you. Bring a little bit of happiness to them. Unexpected happiness is the best kind. It's one thing to get a gift every year from your brother who always gives you, a brand new can of motor oil. You expect that. It is different to give the gift to someone who never would have dreamt it was coming, and enjoy both the appreciation and the surprise. So those are my closing thoughts.
Awesome. Excellent. And to all the Hindus out there, we apologize. We're with you in spirit. Brent just forgot to mention you. That's all. I have a lot of Indian listeners, so I got to be careful with them. They're touchy.
I should have said et al, right? So
et al.
Everybody's included in what I was trying to share.
Yeah. Now the Mormons are lighting up my chat. Okay, folks, we are all out of time. Brent Hamachek from Just the News Network. What a pleasure to have you back on. We will see you next year. And when you come back in January, maybe we'll do like a top 10 stories of the year kind of thing.
That sounds.
So I'll give you some time to mull that over.
I think that's fun. I'll get them all from Just the News. So awesome. Sounds good
folks,
to me.
we got to go to break. Thanks so much for coming on, Brent. We will see you guys right after this.
All right, we're on radio break. Thank you so much. It's been a great year with you, Brent. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. I enjoy this. I look forward to it. You're smart. You're polite. You always treat me really well. And hopefully you and your audience enjoy some of the thoughts. They're a little irreverent. I know they're different. So hopefully people find them worth contemplating. At least, and
oh yeah, we get really good.
Are
feedback
you open at all next week, Brent? Because I could bring you into Nancy's show. That's the last show I have on Wednesday night, and
Nancy's great.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Just do like a one-on-one with her, so you're not like crowded in a room with 6 people.
I'll tell her if I get you in there. It'll be a one-on-one instead of a full group for that.
What time would Nancy's show be?
It's her show starts 9 Central till 10. No, 11. Even if you came in for even one segment of it, she does like 4 segments.
I'd be willing to do an hour with her or less if she wants.
Yep.
So she won't hurt my feelings if she says 3 minutes, but tell her I'm willing to do 9 to 10. Tell her I'm willing to do 9 to 10 Central.
9 to 10 Central? Okay. I will tell her that. So
cool.
That's
you'll like that,
10 to 11.
Really good.
10 to 11 her time.
Sounds sensible. Gives me a reason to live another week. I was looking for one.
Yeah, and I will talk to her tonight when I get on the radio side with her about that, and that'll be really good.
Sounds great. Well, you guys, in the meantime, have a happy Christmas, right?
Yep.
And
happy Christmas.
Watch lots of British TV. Take good care, and we'll talk to you all soon.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Take care, guys. Bye.
You too, Brent. We got Roger and Zanku Gaming in Kick Chat. Appreciate you guys. And DK Spiracy is restreaming us as well.
Sweet.
Appreciate you, DK, all the way down in New Zealand. I'm going to take
So, Chat, what do you think of all that with Brent now being part of Just the News? Are you guys familiar with justthenews.com?
Oh, yeah.
Justthenews.com.
Let's switch to the next room, which will be this one again.
I don't know if you can hear us, but we're switching.
Barry. Okay. All right. We're going to switch rooms, and then we'll come back, and we'll talk about that when we get back. Just the News. Oh, yeah. I can't believe it. It would be really nice if I could take and get an affiliation with them or work a deal like that. That would really help us out a lot. Let's see what we got for John and the rest of the crew when we come back for hour 2. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there?
Oh yeah.
There we go. Yeah. John probably had to go on mute there. Blue's probably acting up or something. Maybe he's grabbing a sandwich or going to the bathroom or something. As our boy David Hogg from Mines would say, he's probably peeing on a flat rock. Anyways. Ninja Edge in the kick chat.
All right, Barry, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Just listening to the show and doing some work, man. That's about it.
Cool. Cool. I'm sure you have some thoughts, agreements, disagreements with all that.
I mean, he seemed pretty mild-mannered tonight. I don't know.
Come on, CS. He missed you riling Brent up and getting him wound as tight as a banjo string. Come on now. But it's the end of the year. I understand. I get it.
It's the Christmas season. You know, nobody's really trying to be too controversial.
Yep.
Hey, I'm in the house now, so
look out.
Who knows? I may be controversial. I don't know. We'll see. I don't plan on it. It just kind of happens.
Mm-hmm. I got to do more of that. I got to rile Barry up in the next hour.
Oh, yeah.
I liked our conversation last week about the...
They're going to add sulfur to the
teachers
to the chemtrails now.
About the what?
Did you hear?
What's that?
No, Barry was mid-sentence. What did you say, Barry? You liked the conversation last week about what?
Oh, we were talking about the teachers in the tent. Well, they weren't in the tent, I hope. It was, well, maybe they did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was just crazy.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah.
But okay,
yeah.
now we can go to Mark. Mark, what'd you say? They're going to put sulfur in the chemtrails now?
Yeah, they're going to add sulfur to
true?
the chemtrails now, Barry. Didn't you know?
What does that do?
It's going to bring the Antichrist down, and Lord Shiva. So, Project Hades will probably call it, or something like that.
I don't know, man. I do know these people are into the dark occult for sure. I just was watching that Zach Brown video that his live performance in the Sphere. That was satanic, dude, straight up. He tried to say it wasn't satanic. There was no ritual going on, blah, blah, blah. But he was literally wearing a crowned flame, a flame thorn crown with a Baphomet goat head right in the middle with all this demonic imagery in this 360 sphere, right? Literally a door to hell. And souls, like dead souls, literally in hell, all on top of each other, just writhing in agony and pain. And this giant thing of this giant death thing that came out, it was demonic, dude. I don't know what these people are into, but it ain't good. Yeah,
Ain't good.
They've sold out to that stuff, man. I mean, maybe he's not into it, but maybe the people behind him are into it. But he did put on the crown, which is a straight up mockery of Christ. So because of the crown of being King of Kings, and then the thorn of crowns on his head when he was crucified.
Okay.
So,
here, I'm going to get you riled up. Is it SUN or SON? I've been watching lots of Jordan Maxwell here lately. All right. Is it sunrise service because we're watching the sun come up, or is it because we're waiting for the Son of God to come?
I've never.
Jordan Maxwell, man, you need to look him up. Astrotheology.
I will agree with what Joe Rogan said just a few months back, where he said maybe might be a really good time for Jesus to come back. I'm in agreement with that.
Is there anything outside of what I have that you want to cover?
Well, I'm sure
I'm saying you did a good job with the tents last week.
You stumped him.
You hit me out of left field with that one, and it turned out to be true.
Oh, man, you stumped him.
No. Well, I figured you would probably talk about some of these people that are getting arrests for violent threats and stuff. That's, you've got a couple of New Jersey, those two twin girls they kind of look like Blake Lively, the Hollywood actress that got arrested. And so I don't know if you want to cover that, but I think, we've been talking about the rhetoric of the left and how they lean towards violence. I mean, how much evidence do we have to continue to present to say that this is, a big problem in their party? And it's not being condemned by their party. It's not being condemned by the mainstream media.
Yeah, let me think here. I just saw a really good article earlier today that I didn't put it in my feed because it was so filled with profanity. But it was...
Anyways, 30 seconds, fellas, and countdown will be coming real quick.
Let's see here.
Did you see Erica Kirk took and did a...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 10th, 2025. Folks, we've only got one more Sunday show and one more Wednesday show in 2025. Then we go on break. And that's it for the year. We'll be back next year, obviously, ready to fire on all cylinders after a little bit of time off with some refresh energy in there. Barry, how's your year going, man? 2025 work out for you?
Yeah, it's almost over. So I'm ready for 2026. It's kind of going so fast that, I'm always afraid when I sign a check. This is real, dude. I feel like I'm going to put the wrong year on just because it's kind of been a blur. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Every time I go into the new year, you're filling out forms and stuff at work, and it's like, oh, what did I put down?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes by so quick, man. Life comes at you, that's for sure. And as Brent reminded us, it never stops. It'll always come at you forever.
Absolutely. This life
has been
struggles for sure, and not just as a nation, but individually. I mean, it's a trial, man.
Yeah, it sure is. But anyway, let's dive into some news. And here's just a weird one, dude. A weird one. I'm telling you, I don't know if you've seen this yet, but McDonald's put out an ad for Christmas.
Yeah.
This was out of the Netherlands. And it is just vile. It's like the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so it's all made by AI. And the whole concept of this ad is that Christmas kind of sucks, and you're always, there's the guy's walking across the street and gets hit by a bus, and the bus knocks out all his presents from his hands, and he's got nothing. They're all destroyed, and somebody burns the dinner. Just all these mishaps happening that make the holidays so brutal, and why Christmas is so horrible. And I got to play some of this for you guys. I really do.
It's the most terrible time of the year. All the shops turn to mayhem, and Santa no space, and the tree redecorates your place. It's the most terrible time of the year.
Right? Burning cookies, the dinner table's on fire.
Right.
Somebody's getting hit by a puddle, another guy blows up his blender. Most terrible time of the year.
Exactly. And they want to focus on the negative, man. That's who they are.
Wait, I don't know. Okay, so, sorry, let me just replay that last little bit there. So you flee from the madness and lights and the cheer. And hide out in McDonald's till January's here. So okay, so go ahead.
Passing over Christmas as if it doesn't matter. Just hide out here, and you won't have to deal with Christmas at all.
At McDonald's.
Yeah, of all places.
I mean, But it's just, I don't know how well you all at home could hear the lyrics, but it's basically the most horrible time of the year, you know, and all the intermediary stuff was about, you know, Christmas packages being destroyed, and, you know, they're driving down the road, they got all these gifts on the roof, and they drive under a bridge and they all get knocked out, and, you know, they don't even notice, obviously, till they get there and they show up, and, you know, just, and they had AI make this whole thing. So all of the visuals in it are very AI. They're very weird. They're very creepy. And I don't know how this sells a hamburger. You know, do you see any way that this is going to help them actually sell a hamburger to somebody, even if they're hungry?
If you hate America and you hate Christmas, then maybe. But that's a minority, not a majority. So they're really going to be isolating a lot of people. But that's what the left does. They isolate the majority to hyper-focus in on the minority.
Mm-hmm.
Time and time again.
Yeah, but it's, yeah, it's, I don't know, man.
Well, I can tell you
I
what
find it really weird.
I see irony in it, because if you think about it, there are some negative things about the Christmas season. Not Christmas itself, but the season, like
brutal,
like the corporatization of Christmas, right? And them actually using Christmas as a way to make sales when they themselves hate Christmas, right? And have tried to ban the word Christmas and replace it with holiday, right? So that's like a negative thing. So for them to even speak about that, anything negative about Christmas, when they're the ones that are bringing about a lot of negativity about Christmas, because they're always pushing product. It's not about the Christmas spirit for these corporations and these businesses. It's all about the almighty dollar, which is the very opposite of Christmas, because Christmas is about giving. It is about, you know, the birth of Christ. It is about beauty and wonder and charity.
Mm-hmm. But in order to give, you got to buy it first. You can't give it away unless you own it. So
they could do that tastefully, though, right? They could do that tastefully, and they should in a way that's not disingenuous. Like when I see a commercial, you know, start milking Christmas, when I know for a fact they hate Christmas. At least with Starbucks, they don't pretend to like Christmas at all. They don't even mention Christmas. And when you go into the store, there's nothing Christmas in that store. Maybe a little bit of green stuff, but no Christmas tree and no word Christmas. Yeah. Now, they do have a Christmas blend, but it's up on the shelf somewhere. So you got to be really looking for that word to even see it in the store. They're ashamed of Christmas, but at least they show you their true colors. I would rather them do that than pretend like, oh, we've always loved Christmas. Can we now have your or can we now have your money?
Yeah. And is McDonald's of the Netherlands going to put out an ad like this during, say, Ramadan, right?
Well, no, they would love
saying, Ramadan. You know, it's the most horrible time of the year, you know.
Yeah, well, they would say
you can't eat all day, so, you know.
No bacon, just for you guys.
Yeah, free bacon cheeseburgers for everybody right at sundown every day.
Well, that would be an insult, but I'm just saying they probably come out and say, we're going to do away with bacon just for Ramadan, you know, because, you know, you remember that video in New York City where they went into the McDonald's, a bunch of Muslims did, a bunch of radical Muslims, and they were shouting that McDonald's was haram, you know, McDonald's is haram, haram, which basically means that they were violating Sharia. But so what? You know, we don't abide by Sharia. We abide by the constitutional rule of law, not Sharia law. And what are they doing in McDonald's?
Exactly.
What are they doing in McDonald's disturbing people's, you know, peaceful frame of mind while they're trying to eat a GMO burger? That's what I want to know.
Those good old GMO hamburgers there. I'm sure there's meat in, you know. I'm sure there's some actual cow in a McDonald's hamburger. There's got to be like some percentage of actual meat.
Yeah, yeah. I saw a video on X where they were using ground up bones to make some of the meat. I don't know if that's true or not. It could be an AI. It could be an AI video. These days, no, but
that's beef, man. If it comes out of a cow, it's beef, right? It's like define seafood for me. You know, I remember when Subway had a seafood sandwich. I got one. I'm like, man, this is pretty good. I'm like, what is seafood anyway? Like, it's anything below the water.
Right.
Anything down there with a pulse, man, we can put it in there and call it seafood. Like, so beef, you know, what do you call beef? I'm sure there's, you know, guidances from the Food and Drug Administration, but We always see Taco Bell running that line, putting sawdust in there and whatever else they can to make it 51% beef and the rest of it is just filler.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And I mean, the quality of a McDonald's hamburger has gone down to the garbage levels. I mean, it's just, it's shocking how bad they've become, and their prices have just skyrocketed. It's really insane.
So basically, when you buy your seafood at the grocery store, you want to look for that label that says mechanically separated seafood.
Yeah, mechanically. That's key, because the machines do it way more efficiently.
Well, yeah, and plus, that way, you're getting a blend. It could be a little bit of a snail, a little bit of an octopus, a little bit of a fish, a little bit of some algae. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just sort of test the pH level of it every, 20 minutes or 30 minutes to make sure it's not too, acidic or whatever, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's got a weird tinge of brown in it now,
Ugh.
Something very brown just came through here.
Straight from the poop chute, right?
Yeah, right. Went by a blue whale went by an hour earlier. I don't know. But yeah, that's an interesting take on it all.
Well, at least we're not roadkill. From what I've heard and what I've seen in some documentaries, that some of the dog food is actually roadkill. I don't know if that's true or not. That was the case they presented in the documentary that I saw, and it seemed to make sense because, I mean, I don't know, man. These people, they don't have any scruples. Come on, we know that.
Yeah. And, I mean, you'd think roadkill would be hard to actually go find and scrape up how often you actually see that kind of stuff. But I guess they take it somewhere, right? So you can just go to the dump or whatever and get it. I don't know. Let's not even talk about that because it's kind of gross. And the more I get into the details of it, the more I realize it's probably not somebody wants to hear too much of, especially if they're having dinner. So let's dive into the FIFA games. The World Cup is coming to America. And it's going to be, well, I say the Americas. Canada, USA, and Mexico are going to be hosting the different games in all 16 different cities, and it'll be a truly international event. And Seattle's going to get a couple games, right? Seattle's going to be hosting some games. And since this is June when they're playing, it's Gay Pride Month. So they decided to make one of these games. They picked it before they even knew who was going to end up playing in it. And they said, this game is going to be centered around LGBTQ. And it's going to be inclusive, and we're going to have all the colors, and it's going to be super, super, super gay. The soccer game. We don't know who's going to end up playing it. Well, we found out today who's going to end up playing in this. And the winners are Egypt and Iran. Okay?
Wow.
It's totally illegal. And in Iran, it's you can be stoned to death. They can throw you off a roof. It's perfectly legal. Egypt, it's illegal, but not quite. They kill you immediately. Illegal.
Right.
But still, it's an interesting dichotomy to see this event happening in Seattle with these two teams, Iran and Egypt, playing.
What do you think?
Game.
There's going to be some protests from these particular teams? I mean, what's your call?
Oh, well, they're already freaking out. There's going to have a meeting of FIFA in the Middle East somewhere next week, and they're going to all show up and be like, why are you putting us in this? Let's pick two countries that are, there's another game happening in, I want to say Vancouver, which is like an hour up the road, right? And it would be easy for them to just say, hey, let's swap these teams out, and you guys go play this game, you guys other play this game, and, right, like, let's put, I don't know, the UK and France are playing. Let's put them in Seattle during the Gay Pride event, not Iran and Egypt. And I can't even think Seattle would want this to happen. Two countries where it's completely illegal, where they're running around saying, Donald Trump is a tyrant and he wants to kill everybody. But you got two countries out there where they literally do kill people for being gay, playing in their town in the Gay Pride game, right?
I don't know why they're doing it anyway. I mean, it's you're going to isolate all these other groups, right? And it's always the LGBTQ plus. Why isn't it another group? You know, how about we honor all the Christians that have been slaughtered in all the different places around the world as of recently? How about that? How about we celebrate, you know, people for being straight? If you're going to celebrate people for being not straight, then why not? I mean, why are you isolating everybody else to just, you know, hone in on this one group? Like this one group must be constantly honored above all, and no one else can be honored. It's weird, man.
Mm-hmm. It also somewhat coincides, I think, with June 19th, which is, you know, obviously a big day in the Black community. So, okay. And it's funny watching the Black community, like, why are you guys always, you know, putting us in with the LGBTQ? Like, we're Black people. We're not that group. That's that group. They're them. We're us, you know?
Okay, but the whole thing about international games is the very idea of being inclusive anyway. To, you know, hone in on one particular group is very strange and very bizarre when you're already supposedly supposed to be accepting all groups and all people and all nations and all countries. And the reason they're doing this is because there's an agenda to come against people that just don't believe that the LGBTQ community is a community that they can identify with. They want to force it on everybody.
And there's the hierarchy of disadvantaged that is so hard pushed with the critical theory, you know, and critical race theory, where you give everybody a grade. We've all seen the Peter Griffin meme where he's got the paint splotches that are like different colors from white to black, and then, like, see where your skin lands on this and see if you're oppressed or not.
Wow.
You know,
I hadn't heard of that.
And it goes in different categories, right? Like the blacks are very high up on the scale. Or should I say black people? I never really call them the blacks, but the black people are high up on the scale, but the LGBTQI are a little higher. If you're black and LGBTQ, then you get 2 points. If you're Muslim in that group, you get another point. If, you know, anything but the white cis guy, you know, the white straight guy, anything but that gets the points.
Well, I would suggest, I mean, if you're going to do something about an oppressed group, I would go ahead and make an all-white day, because, you know, the New York Post or Times or one of those just posted an article, and the headline was, this was out of London, "White families just don't represent real Londoners, say Constaff guidelines," which is just more racist rhetoric, you know, from the corrupt establishment. So really, white people are being oppressed probably more than anybody right now. So let's if you're going to go for the minorities, we're a minority now. We're like 6% of the world's population. Let's go ahead and have a day for white people. I mean, if you're going to focus in on one or two groups, you might as well start focusing on all the minority groups. And now white people are a minority.
Yeah, in London too. When you talk about Sadiq Khan's office, I mean, you know, white British people are a minority in London, the world headquarters for white British people, right? And they can't even hold on to their own town. And I've said it before, but they will never, ever not have a Muslim mayor in London.
Well, here's the thing that happened. It says that
a Christian will never get elected in London as a mayor.
Oh, well, I don't think so. You're right, probably. But there was enough pushback that he changed his mind. It said the mayor forced to withdraw advice which photos will best promote his brand after critics rightfully labeled it racist and divisive, which is what it was. I mean, it's racist and divisive, but that's their whole shtick. Even the Olympics and the globalists and all the Democrats and leftists, it's not about taking care of any particular group that's being oppressed. It's about divide and conquer and racism and trying to get us infighting. We all know that, though. But we've got to call it out time and time again because they just keep going with it, and some people are dumb enough to believe it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a ongoing struggle. Like Brent said before, it never ends. It never will end. And, you know, the minute you want to take a day off, guess what? Your opponent's not.
That's exactly right.
Anyway, I find this story about Seattle just like the end of irony. You know, I mean, literally, they just went into this with all the best intentions and really thought it'd be a great thing. And everyone was super excited and they were patting each other on the back. And then, bam, the draw comes out and you get Egypt and Iran. And they must have all called each other up like, oh, my God, what are we going to do about this? You know, what are we going to do about this? We've just invited in. We're going to have to celebrate this in front of people that just see it. And then a lot of them probably just say, hey, this is great. Let's show them the love. Let's show them how much, we love gay people. And of course, they're going to be down on the field, and no mind is going to be changed on that field in any way, shape, or form.
But
nobody's going to be like, wow, those fans were really gay, and I liked them. They were cool.
But what blows my mind is not any of those people that are trying to promote this LGBTQ plus agenda are going to condemn those two nations for their homophobia. And if there is anybody that's homophobic, it's them. It's not Christians. It's not conservatives. It's not the right. Those people are kind of homophobic, man. And not only that, they're really sexist, man. I watched one of their imams just the other day talking about that if a woman is not covered in a burqa and she gets raped, she's to blame as well. That's insane, dude. And these are people that are Muslims in America, right?
Yeah.
And they're trying to bring this ideology here. No, it's not okay to rape a woman because she's not wearing a burqa. And because they're, quoting, Quran scripture, and they go, well, then, the Quran says that she should be covered from head to toe and only, part of her face being visible. And if so, she wasn't doing that, and she was inviting the rape. And I'm like, what? And people are not condemning that, and yet the left really, they act like they're all for women, but yet they don't condemn that. Because they're aligned with Islam. Think about that for me.
And in Sharia, a woman's testimony in court is considered half that of a man's. Okay, so if one guy says I didn't do it and two women say you did, it's a hung jury. If three women come forward and say he did it, then okay, now there's a preponderance of evidence, so to speak. But how can you invite that into the United States? We fought so hard against that. We've come so far in our 250-year history now. It's just a sad thing to see.
Yeah, the left wants to take us backwards. They want to resurrect the past. And to make it worse, that Muslim leader said, which is just crazy, that God was giving her a trial. This was her, to learn a lesson, basically. You need to cover yourself up completely from head to toe, or else this is what can happen. This is a trial.
Anyway, we've got to take a break, folks. This is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we are on radio break.
I'd say you worked us both up, man. Right off the bat, dude.
Oh my God, Nancy is so excited about having Brent on them next week.
Cool.
That's good. Yeah, and I told her one-on-one. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's key. I watched him do one where he was on one of your shows before, and he talked for like 3-4 minutes during the whole show.
Yeah.
What?
It's kind of like.
Oh,
well,
wow.
there was too many in the group, and.
Yeah, exactly.
At the time.
And a lot of people, they like to do their monologues. They get into monologues where they just roll.
Yeah, at times. There are times like that. Yeah. Nancy's getting that more under control here lately, and that's good.
Yeah.
Yep. And
when I had her on, I was kind of doing that a little bit with her because she's used to like kind of going on longer, and we sort of tend to cover more articles and try to get more stuff in,
Yeah, she normally does like one or two, three items, maybe tops at a time for the whole show, and kind of like when she does it's more deep dive. I like both, short, quick. Hey, get people thinking. And then next. That's good.
Just a different format kind of thing.
A little different format, yeah. Similar concept. Without the paranormal involved.
Egypt and Iran.
Yeah. I told her not to bring up Charlie unless he does, too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, she can bring him up all he wants. I mean,
yeah.
I was really close to tonight, but I figured I just really didn't get to it.
Yeah.
No, he's cool talking about it. He is.
Yeah, but, I don't want him to think that I only produce shows that's going to be connected because of him. Because of Charlie,
Yeah.
We do variety.
Well, he knows that's not the case.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much I talked about it with him last month. Quite honestly, I think he mentioned it a couple times, but
Yeah, he brought it up, and then it was
I don't think
fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I asked him anything specific about it. Whereas tonight I could have.
It's common ground,
to
right?
talk about.
Common ground. That's what it's called.
Common ground campus. Yeah.
Common ground campus. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see where Rosie O'Donnell's brother said that he's glad that she left the United States? Best decision she's ever made. That's pretty bad, dude. Her own brother.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, you guys got 30 seconds, more or less. You know how that works.
Yeah, exactly.
And I had somebody walk right like 5 feet away from me when I was going on that thing about Seattle. She snuck right up on me. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Nobody ever walks up on somebody like that.
And here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for December 10th, 2025. And as always, we've got Bullhorn Barry on the mic with us. What's up, Barry?
Merry Christmas, man. Happy New Year. At least we can say that, right? I mean, I'm going to. I don't care what anybody thinks, even though they're not even mentioning that at any different tree lighting places. Have you noticed that? Portland, and then there was some David Spade.
Oh, yeah.
And Carvey were talking about how they wouldn't even mention the word Christmas at this mall tree lighting ceremony.
Mm-hmm. Which is odd, because it is a Christmas tree. Why else are you putting it up?
Yeah.
You know, what do the presents under there represent? What's all this? But yeah, no, they and now Brent wants you to say Happy Christmas and Happy New Year.
Oh, okay. Well, that works. That's fine.
I like the diversity though of the Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to some degree. I don't know if you see them together, I go with Merry Christmas, but maybe Happy Christmas could work. I don't know. Well, I'll try it out and see how
maybe
it goes.
Maybe just say Merry Christmas and Merry New Year. That's another option as well.
There you go. A Merry New Year.
Sure, it's kind of the same.
All right, so let's see here. The walls are closing in, folks. Ilhan Omar is getting outed. There's some people in her life who said, yeah, they knew she married her brother. She told them years ago when it happened. On and on and on. All kinds of confessionals, so to speak. The gig is up. She married her brother to get him citizenship to the United States so he could leave London because he was being a little weird over there. Okay, apparently he was wearing some makeup and doing some weird stuff and just being kind of not very, let's say, Muslim family friendly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it shows up with lipstick and, that kind of stuff. So, boom, get him over to America, get him married to a woman so he can find out what that's all about for a little while, I guess. But also get him some scholarship money, help him get some money for school so he can continue on. And, the walls are closing in, man. We got Homan looking into it personally, and it really seems to look like, by all, the rumors, everything always turn out to be true, right? A conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory until you give it enough time to percolate, and then it becomes known fact. Folks, she's going down. She's in big trouble. She committed immigration fraud, and so her citizenship, her seat, everything is very much in jeopardy at this point. Now, are we going to get anyone better in her place? I highly doubt it.
Yeah. I don't know.
What do you say, Barry?
Well, I mean, it's probably past due that she got caught, if that's the case. It seems like the left seemed to get away with things for a very long time before they finally, pay for their crimes. It is that they've done, and they've done a lot of different things. Obviously, I think that was one of the things I saw Glenn Beck ranting about. I don't know when the rant came out. It may have been a little while ago, but he was, basically talking about, hey man, we keep exposing this stuff over and over and over again, and then nothing is done. There's no arrests. If it was reversed, right, and the left had real concrete evidence against the right, there would be indictments, arrests, convictions, like so quickly.
Mocking, they would mock him to oblivion. Every late night show would be like, you married your brother or your sister. Like, it'd just be a joke.
Yeah,
It'd be never end. It's such an easy joke for a late night host to make, and yet they don't. They avoid it like the plague because it's team left, team right. And they know which team, butters their bread, so to speak. If you're working in Hollywood, you know exactly who you can and can't critique. And yeah, it's coming out, man. I'll tell you, it's interesting to see where this goes. And then we got Jasmine Crockett down in another member of the squad down in Texas running for a Senate seat. And man, she's just putting her foot in her mouth over and over and over again. Yeah. It's ridiculous to see. She is going to be the gift that just keeps on giving as she runs for Senate.
A bunch of compilation videos out there as well of all of her different gaffes and insane comments that she's made. People are like, compiling them all together and then posting them. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm planning on it.
Oh yeah, I mean, there was just one the other day where Jake Tapper brought up an interview she had with Vanity Fair a couple years back, where she said that basically Mexicans who vote for Trump are like Nazis. They're the same as Trump. They're horrible people and yada, yada, yada. And now she's running in Texas, mind you. That's not a really good take to be out there with, because the Hispanic community.
Go ahead. Well,
the Hispanic community can point to those clips and play it to their friends and say, hey, this is what she says about, Su Madre and Papa,
Well, if you break it down, she's saying basically that Mexicans are Nazis. Because if you call half of the Mexican population Nazis, you're calling basically all Mexicans Nazi, okay? It's not like, oh, just half of you guys are Nazis. No, all of you guys are Nazis. That's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? Because
exactly. And
calling one Mexican a Nazi, even if you're not calling the other Mexican a Nazi, that one Mexican's going, hey, why are you calling my Mexican brother a Nazi? He's no Nazi. How dare you?
Exactly. And the Hispanic community lives along us in society, folks. They see the same stories. They see the same news. They're listening to the show, right? They get it. And they understand that the Democratic Party as it stands today is no friend of their basically Christian values. Mexicans, Hispanics in general are very religious people. And you start, trying to transgender their kid behind their back at school or force vaccines on them that are made with things that, are definitely contrary to, most religions, and on and on and on. All these things start adding up and piling up, and they keep hearing about it. And, a lot of them want Trump to do exactly what he's doing to illegal migrants because they make them look bad. When they go out and beat and rape and kill people, it makes the entire community look bad, and they don't want them here any more than,
because that's not a reflection of the Mexican community here in America. But that's what happens when you have fettered, unchecked, illegal immigration where just anybody can come through. There's no checks and balances, and then you get a lot of bad apples too. And there's bad apples in every nation, every single nation.
Absolutely. Without a doubt. And there's good apples in every nation. And, when you are screening someone that wants to come to our country and be a good apple, you ask them questions. And if they're just out of their minds, supporting Hamas and other terrorist groups and yada, they hate America, they want to see it be communist, and you don't let them in. Take a hike, go to a communist, go to Russia. You want communism, go to Russia. Have at it.
Yep.
They'll love you over there.
Well, Trump said it perfectly just this week. He said, if you don't embrace our values, we don't want you, because America is based on our values. Our values of our Constitution, the rule of law. So you can't be inviting Muslims that want to come over here and bring in Sharia law. That's not how it works here in America. Now, if you want to be a Muslim and participate in this wonderful thing that we call America and freedom, come on, we don't mind. But if you think you're going to come over here and take over, that's a different story. We can't have that. We don't want you because you're not going to add anything to the equation. If anything, you're going to jeopardize everything that America stands for.
Exactly. And I mean, we're a democracy to a degree, right? A representative, republic.
Right. Sure.
But we do have elections and we do, put people in power. And the minute you get to that 51% threshold where more than half the population wants Sharia law, then you're going to get it. And the Constitution will be blown to smithereens within 5-10 years as that gets put into place. And it'll be too late to stop, short of just straight up, civil war.
I'm pretty sure that the reason that the Democrats don't ever say our constitutional republic and they constantly use the phrase just democracy is because they don't value the Constitution. They don't mind if Muslims come in and wreck, constitutional rule of law and bring in Sharia. They don't care. They want it to happen because they want to burn it all down so they can rebuild it in this dystopian sort of globalist, communist, fascist, authoritarian new world order.
Yeah, sounds fun, doesn't it?
Not really. Not at all. Actually, I'm not for doom and gloom, man. And the left is just, their green scam, the central bank digital currencies, the tracking, tracing, surveillance. I mean, everything that they do, the digital IDs. I mean, it's all anti-American, 100%. It's anti-American and it's anti-God. Just think about it. Everything that they do is against the natural order and against everything that America stands for. Just look at their policies and you'll see that what I'm saying is 100% true. I could give example after example.
Absolutely. And so let's see. Governor DeSantis in Florida recently declared CARE. Abbott in Texas did this as well. The Center for American Islamic Relations, CARE, a terrorist organization. And they, of course, are fuming. And they're saying that they're going to be suing Florida over this, and Texas as well. And both the governors have had the same response. I can't wait for discovery. Let's go. Bring it on. We'll find out exactly how much money you're sending to actual terrorist organizations. And it begins.
That's exactly right. And it's no surprise, man. I mean, this is the kind of stuff they pull. So, and like the perfect example of that is the fact that Egypt and other countries in the Middle East have basically labeled the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization, okay? Islamic nations have labeled the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization, but here in America, they're not. Now think about that for a minute, how bizarre that is.
Yeah. I think it's coming very soon. I almost want to think that Trump has said something on that. And so, yeah, expect action on that. It's not necessarily from CARE on a federal level, but from the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, because they are clearly the bad guys here. I mean, they're not even allowed in Egypt. They're founded in Egypt. They're blackballed from that permanently, They have to hide out in Qatar.
Well, remember when they had the revolution in Egypt, the media was posing them as like good guys. And then there was a counter-revolution that overthrew the Muslim Brotherhood after they overthrew and did a coup. But you never heard anything from the mainstream media about the counter-coup that happened that overthrew the Muslim Brotherhood because they were so far radicalized. So, if a Muslim nation considers the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization, and they did, it wasn't a peaceful deal either, right? There was violence with groups. So, and then yet here in America, and Obama was had no problem with them coming through the airports, not being screened. I mean, it was just insane under Democrat leadership.
Yeah.
Biden let
and you got to remember with the Muslim world that you got the Sunnis and the Shiites, and all the conflict comes from the two different sects of Islam, right? And how they see the other one as, a lesser and an evil to fight and whatnot. And that's why there's always been conflicts within, different countries and whatnot in the Arab world. So a lot of the reasons why they might have been kicked out of Egypt or whatever was due to the particulars of which sect they were involved in and supporting. And that's going to come to America as well. We're already seeing it happen in London to a degree, in England, where there's on the ground groups of, this melting pot. We walk in and they all, it all looks like they're, I know they're Middle East. That's about it. Right. But they walk around and they see it very differently. And there are infighting between those groups big time. And we're just going to see more and more of that as time goes on. So it's interesting to kind of see it from that perspective, you know?
It seems like to me that the globalists and the left want more radical, Muslims in power and in control in the Middle East because it creates, a lot of destabilization. And of course, then they can work out of the chaos and have, more wars, more money, and they can manipulate nations and they can do all kinds of, shady deals. So it's not just America has done that in the past, but, NATO and the globalists, they all conspire together. They put in overthrow one dictator, but then put in a dictator that's worse. And then Trump comes in and says, we're not doing that anymore. And that's kind of like got them off the track, man. Look at Sharia. Look at Syria under Biden. It's now pretty much under control by Al-Qaeda.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to bring that up a few minutes ago. It's a great example. They are not, this isn't going to work out the way they thought it was. They're already going in there slaughtering people wholesale, and the media doesn't cover it here in the United States because it's Muslim on Christian crimes. And, oh God, there's one other sect of people, I can't remember their name off the top of my head, that were getting a big poke in the eye from the Al-Qaeda leadership there. I mean, literally, when I say poking the eye, I mean, they're going out and killing them,
Yeah.
rounding them up in the streets and slaughtering them. We saw the video. It's been floating out there forever. It's been happening on this, slow, steady scale for months and months and months now, and we covered it, I don't know, last summer, last spring, last winter. It's nothing new.
Yeah. How hard could it possibly be for the leaders of the world, whether it be NATO or the UN or America or whatever, to have ensured that Al-Qaeda didn't take over the small country of Syria? I mean, how easy is that? Trump has already proven how easy these kinds of tasks are, right? He got rid of Al-Qaeda in less than like 6 months, and Obama was saying it'll take at least 10 years. Right? He's proven that they're liars and how easy and simple these things are. They just don't want to do it. They allow it to happen because they like destabilization, man. The people that rule the world like destabilization because they work best out of the chaos and the mayhem because that's most beneficial to their agenda.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, the Afghan withdrawal comes to mind. How botched could you make something? How absolutely daft do you have to be to just pick up and leave everything behind, all the tanks, all the guns, everything, all the money. You couldn't even take the money with you, and just leave it all behind for the Taliban.
Yeah.
With a bow on it, Yeah. I don't know, dude.
And then our so-called Muslim allies that they supposedly rescued while they left the Americans there have now tried to blow things up and kill people. Imagine that.
Yeah. And, they're just horrible. It's the last place I'd want to go. I'm watching some of these YouTubers out there trying to make it look like, hey, this Taliban-controlled Afghanistan isn't so bad after all. And, it isn't until it is. And the minute it is bad, it all goes south fast and you're never heard from again. So, you can make it through.
Those weapons are a lot of money to terrorists and to radical groups, man. Those are top of the state-of-the-art weapons. They may not be the best that we have, but they're certainly good. Way better than most of them have in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So, and they got it for free, dude. Think about that Christmas present. Here you go. Just have.
And when you stock that place with arms and weaponry and, bullets and whatnot, you're going to put in enough to win any fight on the spot. You know what I mean? You're going to stock it well enough. You're the U.S. Army. You're going to stock it enough to win. If you get a full-on siege tomorrow morning, you're going to have enough ammo to get through it. Mm-hmm. So in turn, it means that they now have enough to do the same thing. To turn that on anyone else and just do the same thing they want. It's a scary thing, but they screwed it up big time. I mean, they couldn't have screwed that up anymore. But anyway, Barry, with the few minutes we have left here, have you seen any of the memes about Franklin? You know who Franklin is?
Franklin who?
Franklin, he's like a turtle. He's like classic Franklin stories, right? The White House has been all over it lately, and it's pissing off Canada to no end. There's one here that says, Franklin discovers Buc-ee's is better than Tim Hortons, right? And he's standing out in front of a Buc-ee's restaurant, gas station.
Okay. All right.
This Canadian guy came out and said, basically, can you leave Canadian Franklin out of your filthy American pie holes, please? He's a beloved kid's character, not some right-wing prop to swing as a crudgel. And they've been swinging him hard. I mean, Franklin discovers narco-terrorist boats, right? Franklin performs an exorcism on Sabrina Carpenter.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, the White House has been trolling her, I've heard, just nonstop ever since she said stop using her song. So, yeah, it's funny. It is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Streisand effect. When you poke a bear, you're going to get bit. And I don't know. It just seems like I would contact a lawyer at that point, have him call the White House and say, what are you doing? I wouldn't do it publicly because you're just going to, your PR guy should know that. Don't pick a fight with Trump. Just don't do it.
They get so mad about
no sense.
Things because they have nothing to really get mad about. I mean, they have to get mad about America doing the right thing. Think about that. That's what the left gets mad about on X is Trump and ICE and all of these people doing what they're supposed to be doing. And they keep criticizing it and criticizing and criticizing it. They got nothing, man. That's it. And that just helps MAGA grow at the end of the day.
Franklin teaches a Canadian kid about parity and fair use.
Well, there you
Franklin
go.
becomes a U.S. citizen. He's standing there shaking hands with Trump. Franklin helps put tariffs on Canada.
That's right.
Franklin meets Pepe the Frog. Franklin and Pete Hegseth laugh at communists.
There you go.
Franklin pledges allegiance to the American flag. Franklin joins the Freedom Convoy in Canada.
Excellent.
Franklin annexes Canada, the 51st state. He's got. Franklin discovers the Joe Rogan Experience.
There you go. I'd like to see that, man. Yeah. They should, like you said, they shouldn't mess with Trump because we're like the masters of the meme and they're not. So they really shouldn't go after us in a stupid way because then we just troll them to the max.
Franklin brokers Canada sale to the U.S. Franklin tells his classmates about George Soros, and he's got one of those whiteboards there with the Glenn Beck, look to it.
Yeah.
Franklin learns about MAGA. Franklin conquers Canada. It goes on and on, but I find it funny. These memes are actually really good. It's just, if you don't know who Franklin is, I never knew who he was either. He's just some kids. He's a turtle. And he just goes and plays with kids in the books and teaches them about stuff, right? So it's easy to make a parody of his covers, which is what they've done to, great success here, I would say.
Well, I mean, if the left were to meme, they'd probably make Franklin, be reading to kids to drag story, whatever that is. What was the thing? Drag story time reading to kids.
Oh, yeah. Power hour or something. Yeah. Yeah. Weird stuff. But
had Franklin teaching kids about transgenderism. Let's just put it that way. So, yeah,
I'd rather there you go.
MAGA and be Republican and pledge allegiance to America. I'm all for it.
I love it, man. I love it. It's the way to be. Franklin, come to America. We got you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I guess let's get into this in the few minutes we have left. I think we got about 4. Erica Kirk was on Fox today, and she's replying in the same way that Turning Point USA is replying to all the Candace Owens smears, and she just went off on her. Candace was making a big deal about, we don't know where Charlie's buried. And Erica went off, and she said, there's a damn good reason you don't know where he's buried. Because we don't want his grave desecrated. We don't want crazy left-wing nutjobs going to it after you put it on your show and desecrate it. It's his final grave. It's his resting place. No, we're not going to tell you where it is. If you don't like it, guess what?
Right.
And she went off on several other things, as did Charlie's co-host. Neff is his last name. I'm struggling to remember his first, but we played that clip Sunday night. He went off on her as well. Said, look, we've been ignoring you. We'd be hoping you just, out of decency, would just go away and stop putting his name in your mouth every day. Right. But you won't. So we're going to invite you to a Turning Point event live stream, live on stage, open to the public, where you can come in and defend yourself in front of the entire Turning Point USA staff, Erica Kirk, anyone else you want to smear, And of course, she was busy. If they'd have consulted me ahead of time, they'd know I do my podcast at 2:00 in the afternoon, so I can't possibly do this, which is a 10 times bigger event live at the same time. You know, it's garbage. And I'm just so sick of hearing this. Tim Pool went off on her the other day because his house got shot up the other day. You know, his house had a drive-by, and he's just so sick of it. And as am I. It's disgusting. It's just absolutely disgusting what some people are willing to do to get clicks.
I've been saying, I was getting ready to say, she's been getting a lot of heat from a lot of people, and the Tim Pool was what came to my mind. And of course, you can't play that video because it was pretty profanity laced. He was really upset.
It was spicy, yeah. He used quite a few words that are in no way, shape, or form allowed on the radio,
right?
To say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking forward to it. I played it, and I'm like, oh, I could maybe bleep that out. No, I can't bleep all those out. That's way too many. Let's not share this on the show.
Right.
I come across great clips sometimes that I just can't share on the show because they're so profanity laced, and you know, if I put a bleep in on every one of them, that'll be a beep 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 beep. It'll sound like a Morse code. So, Barry, where can people find you online?
Find me on X, Bullhorn Barry.
Bullhorn Barry on X. And what were you going to say? We got about 20 seconds left.
Oh, wow. I don't even remember. I don't know. Can't remember.
All right. Well, I know what to say is I wish you and everyone out there a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. And from the bottom of our hearts, we each appreciate you all so much. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere quite yet. We will be back on Sunday night. Mark's got a lot more content for you to come tonight. But for now, we got to cut the show here and say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, everyone. We'll see you on Sunday night.
Merry Christmas!
Oh.
You got that in, and we do have one more Wednesday show.
Yeah.
Made it sound like we're not coming back until next year. I'm like, okay, no, make sure.
Yeah.
All right. You guys did a great job.
Hi, man.
And
thanks for the production, Mark.
And I'll get this up and out for you, by tomorrow sometime or earlier. And I will catch up with you guys later. I got to get a hold of Jack and get him going for the Paranormal Intelligence Agency.
All right, man.
All right. See you, Mark. Thanks.
All right. Take care, guys.
I'll talk to you later, Barry.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers.
All right. That was Censorship Sucks. Now it's time to get ready for the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show with Jack Carey. Let me get him up and rolling. There he is. Do. Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good, sir. I'm hooking up my camera. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, we got a few minutes. And
how's it going?
That, I will get us switched over on the OBS so that folks can see you.
Cool.
All right. There we go. Jack Carey, live and streaming all over. There you go.
All right. Let me see if I can.
It's very paranormal-ish, because you kept coming in and out like a ghost. There you go.
I'm the Wraith radio host. We're broadcasting on Wraith Radio. How's that?
Looks good. When you move, it does buffer a little bit, so it goes. Doesn't buffer, but it kind of pulls it out of, focus. But
sure.
You're good.
Julio,
what do we got tonight, Jack? We got one more Wednesday after tonight, and then we're done for the year.
Oh wow, that's cool. Got quite a little rabbit hole to jump down tonight because this is I didn't intend on it being this, but it's my Christmas special because it just worked out that way. That's what the universe threw at me this week, and it's quite a weird little rabbit hole we go down to come back out at Christmas. So,
oh yeah,
it's very strange. We're going to be talking about the inner workings of the Illuminati and how that was targeted by the world's best remote viewing. And believe it or not, bankers don't control the world.
reptilians do.
Oh, it's possible.
Oh no, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry if I did a spoiler there. I get excited.
No, well, I mean, we're gonna talk about David Icke. You know, he does have that reptilian view, and you know what? It was backed up by, strangely enough, Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins. So, but I do have my YouTube crew. I'm filming for them as well. That
Awesome.
was well received last week, so it makes it easy to
I noticed
actually
that.
just filming on my phone. So
I noticed that, and it came out really well, and I added those into my filler stream so that you know, they can get some folks can get some raw side of you where it's unclipped, and they don't have to watch the whole stream to get to you. You know, basically.
yeah, I need to get a live feed link. Is it possible to put a live feed link down in the comments of my YouTube thing to direct people where to go for a live feed?
You can direct them to your website where you have a live feed, or you can direct them to mine where I have a live feed going on.
Sure. What is that website? Just
Mine?
holler it out.
Hold on here. I'll give that to you here in just a minute because you're getting ready to go on air. I'll give that to you when we get on air. All right, Jack, you got 30 seconds. Well, less than that. Yeah, because here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo lost somewhere in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And I am joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo, Daisy and the Sundance Kid, and now the River Ranch Kitty. We call him River. He is our new rescue and working security with us here in the silo. So we've got 3 security guards now, and fear nothing and no one. Ferociousness up in here. So, but as usual, crazy week on the great space roller coaster that we call the Earth and the so-called materium of our event stream. And you know, this has been one of those weeks where I received a ton of so-called qualia from the universe. Qualia, as I've explained in past shows, it comes from the webbot, and it's this idea that the universe actually feeds us information through the materium. And that's part of the so-called self-revealing nature of the ontology of the universe. You know, it's basically, the webbot argues that the universe ultimately is a self-revealing intelligence, and it reveals itself to the life forms that are contained within it through a number of mechanisms. And one of those mechanisms is known as qualia. And qualia is something that they think, well, certain scientists think they might be able to detect that in time, somewhere in the future, have a device that actually detects qualia, which is the manifestation of an event before it occurs in our event stream. That would be something. That would be cool. What a strange week And what a strange rabbit hole I have for you guys tonight. There's going to be a couple of moments where I'm going to have to look something up for you guys here. Because, well, I'll just summarize these two different messages that I came across, well, rediscovered this week. These are two things I had seen previously, and this week, a speech by Woodrow Wilson and a letter from medieval times kind of coincided with one another and pointed in the same direction that the famous group of remote viewers known as the Future Forecasting Group, headed by Dick Algeier, all pointed me in one direction. And then, lo and behold, Kevin Costner had his special on this week, the first Christmas, and all of those things kind of coincided together. So this is a weird rabbit hole. I'll presage this rabbit hole with the fact that, let me see if I can get here a little better. The fact that this is how the rabbit hole and the line of evidence for it lines up. Do I believe in it completely? I don't know, but I can tell you all of it lines up in a factual manner. It is an affront to a lot of people's belief systems, and that's okay, because you have to understand that they're the people I'm going to be discussing this evening, which is the Illuminati, hold the following beliefs I'm going to be throwing out there for you tonight, and we're going to discuss the actual inner working mechanisms of the Illuminati. How do they maintain control, really? What's that like? You know, what are the mechanics behind something like that? How does a body of initiates stretching back into ancient times utilize the power structures of today in order to maintain control all the way from ancient times to the present day, right? And that's something that the Future Forecasting Group has surgically targeted. And, Dick Algeier put out a video not too long ago talking about it. And it basically runs right into the origins of Christmas is a very small part of all of this, actually, and you'll see what I'm talking about as we get deeper down the hole. But it's very interesting that these remote viewers were able to kind of reach in and pick out a piece of the puzzle that seems to match all of this other research I've done over a 30-year period. Shout out to my YouTube crew before we get going. This will be the second week in a row I've done a behind the scenes film for you guys. If you want my YouTube channel, it's just under Jack Carey on YouTube. It's not monetized. I don't really, there's no advertising on there. They demonetized it a long time ago. And truth be told, I'm very surprised that that they even allow my content on there at all, given the topics and what we discuss. But hey, who am I and what do I know, right? So I debated about how to take you guys down this rabbit hole this evening. There's a lot of different fascinating angles that we can take, but what I'll do is we're going to start talking about how the mechanics operate according to the Far Side group, and then we're going to kind of reach back into ancient history, and I'm going to show you guys some interesting stuff, how that all ties together. But before we reach that main topic, we're going to, of course, touch upon cryptids and cryptos. So I talked last week about the new documentary American Bigfoot, produced by David Paulides and some other people, which is interesting. It's all about Bigfoot on the Navajo reservation, and I lived that reality. That I spent many years on those reservations chasing these creatures and collecting DNA from them, numerous footprints and other material all the time. So, and that's all been documented in my book, Bigfoot Unleashed. And so I don't really need to watch the new documentary. I do think it's funny that the Bigfoot luminary in Bigfoot world, in those communities, his name is Steve Isdall. He is a YouTube channel too. You can check that out. He reads emails from people that claim to have had encounters, and he's got a huge following just from reading these emails, which I find interesting. But he's all mad about this new documentary that's out because it's kind of spoiling his own narrative that these things are somehow interdimensional in nature, because that's what the documentary says. Right. And I covered all that in the last broadcast. So the fact that all of these guys are saying that there's a weird sort of byproduct of the UFO phenomenon, and that appears to be cryptid animal activity, is just such a weird, thing to try to wrap your brain around and try to accept, but it is what it is. And we're trying our best as researchers to, eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, however improbable, has to be the truth. And our job is to eliminate the impossible whenever and wherever we can. And hopefully that kind of leads us down the path of the truth, right? But I do find that infighting continues in the Bigfoot community. And that David Paulides has actually come out and said, yeah, I think there might be something interdimensional about these things. Well, that's what I wrote in Bigfoot Unleashed 20 years ago, when we had all these same experiences and found DNA which could not possibly be explained. And I talked about that in my book, and the fact that the DNA not only was just weird because the World Genetic Bank couldn't figure out who the paternal DNA belonged to, the maternal DNA, or the mother's lineage was Homo sapien. Right, that's weird enough, but the fact that the World Genetic Bank had no record of what the paternal lineage could possibly be, they said was impossible. But our geneticist who did the studying of the genetic samples from the Sasquatch Genome Project, who is Dr. Melba Ketchum, who was hung out to dry on Paulides' last interview with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. Shame on him, but whatever. But he admits to what he did, which was jumping the ship, like right as the sampling was being done, because he thought that the scientific community was going to basically cancel everybody involved with it, and so he quietly butted out of the whole thing before that became an issue for him and he could sell books. So, it is what it is. We call balls and strikes. But anyway, it's interesting that they're coming to that conclusion. That's something that we had determined. There was just a paranormal aspect to the entire Bigfoot phenomenon that couldn't be explained away. It just can't be. And now we know that from the scientists involved at Skinwalker Ranch and with the Pentagon's program that was linked to Skinwalker Ranch, that they had other kinds of cryptid activity also occur. we know from their recent interviews, and I'm talking about like the Age of Disclosure documentary. It was out, the scientists on there were talking about how they actually went and interviewed people around the ranch up to like 2, 3, 4 miles out. And they discovered that all those people that lived in that area all through the Uinta Basin were having the same strange cryptid activity occur and the same UFO activity occur. So take that for what it is, right? Still have an itchy throat from getting over the flu, so I'll be drinking a lot of water during the show. But, so that's really where the Bigfoot community is right now. You have one group of people who are convinced it has to be just an animal, an undiscovered regular animal of some kind, and then you have guys like me on the other side that are saying, hey, no, we've been there, we've done that, we've been in the field for years, we had all the experiences, we had rocks thrown at us, we had them screaming at us, we picked up DNA, blood, skin, fur, that was all analyzed. We collected the footprints, we collected food they ate and left saliva deposits on. We did all of that. It's been done, right? But the results were so amazing, nobody wanted to believe them. So they continued to try to do the same thing that we already did. Why, I don't know, because now they're saying, oh, well, yeah, these new samples we have, kind of look like what they found way back when. Well, there's a reason for that. So, they do have amazing DNA, and the geneticists determined that the DNA had to be an artificial construct. In other words, it was so complex, and it appeared to have a type of aspect to it where it was literally evolving and changing right in front of these geneticists, and there was more than one. But what was weird was they found fused within the DNA all kinds of other strands of DNA from various species of animals that would give this particular creature certain abilities that these other animals would possess, right? It's like the ultimate chimera, and that's what I wrote in my book. And that it was done on such a scale that we could barely even dream of doing that kind of genetic work. We are doing chimera work in laboratories around the world. And we're fusing genes successfully from one species into another that would not normally be able to procreate between them. But nothing like what they were seeing, right? And there's a reason why these creatures can see in infrared light, and they can hear, parabolically, and they can see by, like a pair of binoculars from miles away, and they can smell you from miles away, and they can run 75 miles an hour over uneven mountainous terrain. There's a reason for all of that. The reason why is because they were artificially constructed to be able to have those abilities. For a purpose we're still yet to fully understand or determine. But there is a Paiute Indian tale that Paulides last week on Weaponized podcast also mentioned, and I talked about it in my book. I wonder where he got it from. But it mentions the fact that the Paiute Indians have a tale about some false moons that descended to the earth, and they released 3 crazy bears, as they refer to them, into the wilderness. And they were able to make friends with one of these crazy bears, and a pioneer actually got to see this creature, and it was a Bigfoot. So, And he talks about that, right? And that goes right back to what I talk about in my book, that these things were a genetic construction. It looks like, from what they were able to determine, the sequencing, if you want to call it that, of these creatures happened around 15,000 years ago. That was during what we call the Younger Dryas period on the Earth, and that's when a lot of like comets and there was a lot of upheaval taking place on the Earth at that time. So, but that's Cryptid Corner for tonight, and cryptos have been amazing. Last week we talked about the cryptocurrency markets, and which are my really kind of my new passion, and you're talking to somebody that came from the stock market over to cryptocurrencies, and other than a handful of stocks here or there, there's no reason to own equities in my personal opinion, and I'm not a financial advisor whatsoever. In fact, if you take financial advice from me, you're insane. So don't do it. That being said, last week I also covered silver, and the fact that the web bot predicted silver would become unobtainium. So there you go, guys. It's I don't know what it was last week when I was talking about it, but it just closed right around, well, it never really closes because of overnight trading, but $62 or so was the last I saw it. And that was right before I came on the air. It was close to, it was like 61 and change, about to hit $62. 50 was when I started telling everybody about it, and I was like, it looks like this is going to happen and this prediction is going to come true. That was $12 an ounce ago, and there's no sign of it stopping. There's no sign that they're suddenly found a big deposit of silver they can get up out of the ground in less than 5 years. No, that's not going to happen. And the London metals market is really, at this stage, it's just a big giant smoking hole. There's nothing left of that. That's, pretty soon you're going to see those mutants off of Mad Max driving through the trading floor, because that's about all that's going to be left of that. And the COMEX is having millions upon millions upon millions of ounces of silver delivered on the daily basis, something that's never happened before. The only reason that they haven't had a collapse of the precious metals market before now is because nobody ever stood for delivery. There was no need to. The whole reason they would allow for standing for delivery, which means actually taking the metal into your personal possession and storing it somewhere and having the cost of that security and all of that stuff that, cost a lot just to load, let's say, 2 tons of gold onto a truck and ship it safely and securely somewhere, and then store it safely and securely somewhere. So most people didn't do that. Most of these traders that trade precious metals never did that. They didn't need to, right? They knew that the metal, or they were reasonably assured that the metal was there to cover the paper contracts that they were handing each other back and forth. The truth is, over decades of time, the metal's not there. It's all gone. And those contracts are still out there for billions of ounces that don't exist. And there's a whole lot of banking that's based on that. JP Morgan is short 900 million ounces of silver. Every time silver goes up $1 from here, it costs JP Morgan 900 million. Think about that. Think about how scared somebody's got to be right now because they couldn't cover all of that short selling contracts in that amount of time. Ooh-wee. You're seeing it live. If you're watching it every day like I am, because that's what I do every day, is watch the cryptocurrency markets, the precious metal markets, and I run my publishing business, and I paint on the side because I'm a professional painter. So That's a lot of irons to have in the fire. You're right. So even so, I'm able to pay a lot of attention to what's going on, and it's been amazing. Silver, if you listen to these analyst projections, is going to go into the high triple-digit range. You're talking about like $500 to $700 an ounce is what some of these guys are talking about. And that's them doing just simple math on the side. Like, that's based on actual projections of where it should be if it were properly valued at this time with the ratio to gold. Because right now it's valued at like 40 to 1 to gold or something like that. It should be valued at 7 to 1, because that's how many pieces of silver you get up out of the ground for every one piece of gold, is 7. And that's being used in our technology on a daily basis. In fact, I heard this stat today. These data centers that are fueling our AI take somewhere around 300 metric tons of silver per center. That's a whole lot of silver, guys. And they have 5,000 of those planned for the United States right now. Takes around 30 ounces, 40 ounces of silver, something like that, for every cruise missile that we make. Imagine you get into war somewhere. Why do you think the United States just declared it a critical mineral? You're beginning to see the fissures, little cracks in the system of the fiat currency world, all about to go down. And we'll come right back to that after this break.
Great job, Jack. Great job. Hey, over the break in a couple weeks, if you want to get a group of people together to do like a cryptozoology year-end, that would be cool.
Oh, okay.
See if you can find some folks that would want to do that, and then we'll get them on. We'll still call it, PIA, but I'll title it as year-end cryptozoology, conference or whatever.
Sure, and let me reach out to a few people, see if I can get some people on that are doing some current work right now. I know Robert Kreider is. In fact, he got a good picture of a Bigfoot just the other day that was staring down at him from a rock cliff.
Yeah, I don't know what Ken and the rest of them are up to, but I haven't heard anything from Ron in a long time, so.
Not me either. So I'm not sure what's going on in that direction, but I'm planning on doing some work out in the Black Hills this coming season.
Ooh.
Once this bad winter goes away.
That'd be kind of cool if we had some live feed from there from time to time if you have signal.
Absolutely. Black Hills is a good place. Not a lot of researchers in the Dakotas. So.
What I could even do too is I could set it up that if you have like a standing camera that's transmitting, I could run it through the stream and keep that rolling when I'm doing filler streams.
Cool.
And people would love that, I'm sure. Even if they're just watching nature, it'll be great.
That'd be great.
Yeah. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I'll hook you up with that, and then, if it's constantly going like that you can keep it going like that, you can come in and out, the whole time. Like, hey, I got an update. I was around the corner of this one tree down in the grove,
Yeah, and I have night vision equipment now.
Yeah. I don't know if we can hook that to the camera or not, but that'd be kind of cool too. I've done ghost hunts and stuff like that on air. but I've never had anybody do a crypto trip.
Yeah, we should definitely plan that
Let's
for
do
the
that.
summer.
You know, that I want to do that. You know, I'll make time for that. You know, if
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
in
that would be
court
great.
or if I'm not, you know, yeah, I got some things going on. So, but you know, you know, between stuff that's family and stuff that's you know, I'll make it happen one way or the other. Okay.
Cool. No, that'd be fun. Especially if we got some real activity, that'd be cool, right?
Yeah.
I got a way of sort of bringing them in, so JC taught me. But if they're around,
yeah, you know, no, I've been running a lot of like in between stuff with Marty Stauffer. It's Wild America, so you know that'll go right in with that because it's, you know, wild. Oh, Jack Carey wild back. We'll call it something. I'll figure a title for it or something like that. If you get out there and got signal to do that,
that'd be awesome. Yeah, I would be totally down for that.
Yeah, you know, and then you'd have you'd have, you know, anybody that comes to the streams, you know, taking a look. And I wouldn't play music or anything like that, so I can even stream it to YouTube and some other places. We got less than 30 seconds, and then we'll be back.
Good.
Yeah. But that sounds fun. Nancy's got landed a big guest next week. She's got the great Brent Hamachek. So next Wednesday, 9 to 10
Great.
Eastern. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And seriously, once upon a time, I was a sit-down comedian. So, there you go. Can you still see me, producer, up there?
Oh, yeah. See you good.
Mark? Okay.
Yeah. You're
cool.
not.
So
every now and then, if you move too much or too fast, it'll blur a little bit.
groovy. All right. So I wanted to look something up for you guys, and I thought I would see if I could find out here. I am looking up a speech by Woodrow Wilson, believe it or not. And it pertains to the main topic tonight that was given to us by Dick Algier over at Future Forecasting Group. So, and it makes quite an impact. So I wanted to read it. Comes from a speech he did in 1913, and it has to do with the Illuminati and the power structure of the Illuminati. So let's take a look here. If you go to like Goodreads or something like that, you'll be able to come up with the quote, and here it is. Since I entered politics, I have chiefly had men's views confided to me privately. Some of the biggest men in the United States in the field of commerce and of manufacture are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. That's some pretty scary words coming from an American president, right? You'll find it amazing then that this week, Dick Allgaier mentioned that they had targeted he kind of insinuated that they had targeted the inner workings of the Illuminati, and they really came by, and the Illuminati is an ancient, that was Joseph Weishaupt in Bavaria, and, a couple hundred years ago, and that was one little name, that one little arm of the so-called Illuminati used. So, Cliff High over at the Webbot calls them the name stealers. I think that's probably as good a name as any. They can also be called the Khazarian Mafia is a very good name for them. So the Khazarian Mafia goes back all the way to ancient times, and they make up certain bloodlines. And these bloodlines go all the way back to ancient Anunnaki lineage. And Dick Allgaier's group, Future Forecasting, were trying to determine if bankers controlled the world. That was the real target, the whole idea. And what they discovered was it wasn't actually the bankers that controlled the world. I know people are throwing eggs at the screen right now. They do too. They control the world. But no, they actually don't. Bankers themselves are being controlled. And you'd be shocked by how Dick Allgaier explains it according to their targeting. And you have to keep in mind that these are the most prolific remote viewers on the planet. And they mainly spend their time doing cryptocurrency remote viewing, like predicting future price outcomes of cryptocurrencies. That's the whole point of their group. But every once in a while, they do these side projects. And this was one of them, and he explains it that there are certain bloodlines on this planet that people born to those bloodlines are taught from a very early age in the mastery of all kinds of different disciplines. They are taught the same things that are taught in special forces. They are taught finance. They are taught contract law. They are taught ancient history and their blood lineage and how it goes back to the Anunnaki. They are taught all kinds of amazing knowledge. In fact, if you want to know what they're taught, all you have to do is read the Book of Enoch, because all of the same knowledge that the Book of Enoch says that the so-called Watchers taught their human offspring is what they're taught today. And that included, amazingly enough, him talking about them being taught sorcery. Well, what is sorcery, right? I had occasion to sort of become acquainted with a group of these people decades and decades ago in Denver. And some of the members of this group, which, for lack of a better word, we'll call them a offshoot of the priesthood of the Illuminati. That's really what they were. They actually taught me a lot of what their inner teachings were, and I was able to see how it all connected from kind of inside the room and outside the room, right? I was working as a writer for a magazine that researched ancient bloodlines, and specifically the Merovingian bloodline. And it was in the course of that that I came across these people and then became acquainted with them. And over a course of about a 10-year period, I got a really good inside glimpse of how all of this works, right? So Dick Allgaier was talking about how these people are taught all of this. And yes, these are wealthy families, and there's a reason why they're wealthy, and that's because one lineage of them was the Templar Knights, and the Templar Knights invented banking, and banking is in its own way a form of sorcery because you basically make it up out of thin air and you profit from it. Cliff High over at the Webbot calls it Babylonian money magic, but in the end, it is a form of sorcery. And these people have mastered that, and they use bankers and banking as a tool by which to gain control. But the bankers themselves aren't the ones in control. Some of the bankers have a glimpse behind the scenes of what's really going on, but a lot of them don't. You're talking about the guys at the highest echelons, right? And it works like this, according to Allgaier and the Future Forecasting Group. Let's say you're a luminary of some kind. Let's say you're like Elon Musk, somebody like that, right? Somebody that's achieved a certain mastership of something that's of interest to them, that has an entrepreneur with a great idea that makes $100 billion, right? Or even 100 million. Because to hear the Future Forecasting Group tell it, these agents are actually in the thousands, right? And they're employed to do nothing more than what they do. They're employed in the banking industries and in the contract law industry and things like that in order to maintain control for the bloodlines themselves. So Allgaier says that if you're not in the bloodline, but you're one of these illuminaries and you basically, that's my security itching his fleas probably, then you will one day have a meeting with someone who presents themselves as being part of this group. And they'll have a very pleasant yet candid conversation. And they explain the rules, and they explain what you can get away with, and they explain what you can't get away with, more importantly. And they provide examples for the person they're talking to. And they explain that they do possess the mechanisms by which to apply the proper amount of pressure on any given person on this planet at any given time in order to achieve their goals and ends. Very interesting the way that works out, right? Well, working for this magazine that I did this writing for and coming across this group of people who are interested in the ancient Merovingian bloodline. And if you don't know who the Merovingians are, they are the ancient royal line of France. And in their day, they were worshipped when they were living. They were worshipped as god kings. They were said to possess magical powers. People would reach out and grab their robe and be healed instantly. One of the kings of the Merovingian dynasty was found buried, and when they found him, he was wearing a robe of 300 golden bees. That same robe was worn by Napoleon during his coronation as the Emperor of France. So you can see how important this was, this bloodline, this ancient bloodline. Now, this ancient bloodline, to make a very long story short, has an ancient tale that its founder, Maravi's mother, was swimming in the ocean and was impregnated by a Quinatar, Quintaur. The word never shows up in any literature ever again, other than in this mystery. I find it fascinating that we have an alien civilization in the ocean. And here is a tale of an ancient royal line where the mother's impregnated by a magical sea creature, and it gives rise to a royal lineage that is only half human, right? This ties into Dan Brown's whole idea of the royal bloodline of Christ and with Christmas. And it does so because in the south of France, there is an existing oral history of Jesus of Arimathea having arrived there on a boat, and he was Jesus's uncle. He arrived there on a boat with Jesus's so-called wife, Mary Magdalene, and their child, which was called Sarah the Egyptian, and today she's worshipped as the so-called Black Madonna of the southern part of France. You can Google all of this. It's all there. So all these are the bricks that make up this rabbit hole. You can use AI or, God forbid, Google or whatever you want to use to go through and look at each one of these bricks I'm mentioning, and they're all there. Okay, I'm not leading you astray at all. This is the rabbit hole. This is how weird this whole thing is, right? So this whole lore exists, and it's believed that Mary Magdalene had a child, and she was called Sarah the Egyptian, and she was the daughter of Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and she intermarried into the Merovingian royal line. That's fascinating, because when you look at the Bible and the book of Enoch, both of them show that Jesus was a direct lineal descendant of Noah, and Noah was the grandson of Enoch. It's Enoch who has the interaction with the Watchers. It's Enoch who witnesses them having children with human women and producing something that was only half human. And here you have a ancient Merovingian royal line saying that they're only half human and they have magical abilities. And here is a guy who's a direct lineal descendant of all of this, and he has magical abilities. Is any of this beginning to make some sense? Because the so-called Magi that showed up to the birth of Jesus were actually from Persia. And Magi is where the word magic comes from. And the Magi, even Kevin Costner on his new documentary, if you watched it on ABC the other night, talked about how they were magic practicing astrologers. And we'll get to what magic is and sorcery here in a minute. So we're to believe that a group of magic practicing astrologers that are sorcerers from Persia, not from Judea, not from the Jewish people, from Persia, actually went to go find the newborn king of the Jews for them. No, it doesn't. The math doesn't add. And in the literature, and what these people told me was that the Magi actually went looking for their king, the king of the Magi. It was the Magi who were astrologers, who had the so-called star alignment prophecy, not the Jewish people. And it was the Magi who went to go find their king. And what happens later at the age of 13 when Jesus turns into a man and has a so-called bar mitzvah? He disappears from the Bible for 20 years. Look it up. He's gone for 20 years, not a single record of him at all. He shows back up at the age of 33. Guess how long it takes a Magi of Persia to train. Exactly 20 years. What a coincidence. There's a great book out there. It's written by a man named Dr. Morton Smith, who was a professor at Columbia University way back when Columbia actually educated people, and not the Columbia of today that does nothing but indoctrinate people into left-wing socialist ideology. But he wrote a great book called Jesus the Magician, in which he went back and showed actual parchments and inscriptions and everything, talking about how during his day Jesus was seen as a magician. He was seen as one of the Magi. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing, and goes right to the heart of it, right? Well, all of this ties into the Merovingian royal line, and therefore ties into the royal lineages of these Anunnaki people, the so-called Watchers that are in the Book of Enoch, who had children with humans, and then taught those children all of the forbidden secrets of the Anunnaki. That's what we're talking about. Those families are still there. And all of this culminates in the mystery of Rennes-le-Château, which is a village in the south of France. And there was a priest who moved there, and he renovated the church. And when he renovated the church, he removed two ancient Visigothic pillars out of it. And one of the pillars, he found encrypted parchments that were encoded. And then the other pillar, he found ancient genealogies that showed that the ruling royal lines of Europe were actually connected to these ancient Anunnaki bloodlines. And he went about contacting each one of these descendants of the Anunnaki, let's call them that, even the Archduke Ferdinand, for instance, was one of the people that went there. He went to Paris, became acquainted with the occult underground of Paris, and had a lot of famous luminaries of the day, like artists and entertainers, would end up showing up to his little villa in the south of France. A lowly Catholic priest that barely made a living, right? All of a sudden had millions of dollars by today's standards. And he got it by writing to all of these people that were part of these ancient bloodlines and telling them that he had discovered the tomb of one of their ancient Anunnaki. And that tomb is still in the south of France today. And I wrote a whole book about this. If you want to do a deep dive, it's called The Enoch Code. It actually has quite a following online and sells quite well on Amazon. So if you do want to support the show here, buy The Enoch Code, or one of my other books that's out there on the paranormal subject. I should take my good friend Billy Carson's lesson, and he said, Jack, always sell your book at the beginning of the show, not at the end. He's a smart guy. So anyway, Dick Algier and his group got a glimpse behind the curtain, right? Using psychic abilities of how these people operate, how they maintain control, what they're taught. And one of those things is sorcery, described in the book, Not Sorcery. Well, what did I discover with my interaction with this group, who was an offshoot of the priesthood of so-called Illuminati? That what they really were protecting was a body of really potent techniques that trick and or allow the human mind to perform magical abilities. In other words, what they believed, and what the remote viewers also came to find completely independently under laboratory conditions, is the fact that everyone has a basic psychic ability. that there's this thing called the liminal threshold that separates consciousness from our subconscious. That is a safety mechanism, because if you could just trip the mechanism anytime you wanted to, it would be pure chaos taking place. At its heart lies a body of techniques that allow you to bypass the liminal threshold to achieve communication with your subconscious mind, thereby allowing it to perform psychic functioning in our material. Psychic functioning to such a degree that you can bend probability to your will. And when you see it up close, when you see it work up close the way that I did, it's like watching a series of beneficial coincidences just occur for that particular practitioner. Amazing to see. But something that was repeatable. That's what these people are taught. And it's something that's been guarded by the mystery schools for eons of time. And I'll end with this. In the so-called disclosure movement that's taking place, one thing has been totally clear. Time and again, we're hearing that these craft are controlled psionically. In other words, they're controlled through psychic means. Here's a group of people who have eons old abilities to control their psychic abilities, and who have these little offshoot groups, these little priesthoods out there, these little occult priesthoods who are actively looking for other people who have those heightened psychic abilities. And I think that even our intelligence community are embedded within them. So that's tonight's rabbit hole, guys. Join me next week and we'll go down another weird one. I will see you then. Stay tuned for Nancy Planetta and the VIXEN'S Vault.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thank you.
Get everything set up. Hold with me for a little bit until I clear from the one station. It's been kind of crazy here lately. There we go.
And on the YouTube crew, I'll see you guys next week.
And just stick with me yet, Jack.
Sure.
I'm like, okay. All right. Now Zombie Zach over in TMV Cafe can do his thing. All right. Let's see here. Cut that off. And that one. And I will see you on the next one there, Jack. All right.
Sounds good, sir. Have a good evening.
You too. All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night. I'll get this up and out like always. All right, folks, stick around. We got the VIXEN'S Vault coming right up. Nancy's out tonight. We got Raphael going to be filling in. Get Jason going here in a like. Hey, how's it going there, Raph? How are you doing?
All right, I'm all right. Just trying to get some other things done.
Yep.
Well, I was waiting.
Get Roger in here too. Where'd Roger go?
Hello.
There we go. And then I'll get us.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Vicky,
Hi,
how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
So far, so good. I'm just trying to get everything organized so that we can, folks can see y'all. let's see here, the Legion of Chaos. There we go. And that's where Marco over in the UK is taking and lighting his cigarette.
Indeed.
Burning down the house.
At least it's not a ripper. It's not a refer, right?
It's just tobacco. At least I'm not burning down the car.
Right.
Yeah, right.
She's talking about reefer, isn't she?
No, it's like tomato and tomato. Just a different pronunciation of.
Yeah.
Right.
Reef.
There you go. Yeah.
Mark, yeah. Mark and the reefer. So. I forgot about that in chat.
Yeah.
Oh, that castle is something else. It must be nice.
I think I'm cursed. I mentioned it in chat. The freaking car, my dad's car, literally exploded in the driveway today.
Huh. What kind of car? An electric car?
It was
Gas car.
It was a white sedan. It was one of the early 2000s, like 2010, 11.
Oh, that's because it was white. That's why.
It's one of those that have the freaking battery in the back seat.
It wasn't a blue car, right?
No. It literally caught on fire. The fire department had made it there just in time to stop it from going up onto the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What kind of car? What kind of car, Roger?
It was a sedan. I don't know the name off the top of my head, but it's a white car.
It's a white car.
That's right.
I'm still in shock.
I can see why. That's scary.
I literally had it in my head that the best thing to do was to run to the bathroom and fill a bucket up with water. So I ran to the bathroom and started filling the water up. And then I went back to the door, opened it, and I seen the friggin' rod for the car go out from underneath the car.
Y'all have 30 seconds, and then we'll get us going. All right? On the radio side.
Okay.
Y'all set? What's the plan for tonight, Raph?
No, I'm good with Venezuela. I
think that's a good one. We touched a little bit about it earlier tonight, but that's good. With Brent Hamachek. Here's your countdown, anyways. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side. Wait for it. Right now.
And welcome to another episode of the Vixen's Vault. My name is Rafael Martinez. I am filling in for Nancy tonight. She's not feeling well, so we're gonna have a free for all tonight. While the cat's away, the mice will play. So, what do you guys want to talk about tonight? I think Venezuela. Okay. So, I've been going back and forth on my Facebook page with people about Venezuela, and it's not. I'm on the fence about it. It's not that I'm against fighting drug trafficking. It's not that I'm against fighting terrorism. My problem is the premise under which they are trying to slip to get around the War Powers Act and slip themselves in there without approval of Congress. And, to get us embroiled in another war. And the problem is that we cannot afford to turn the entire Latin American continent or Latin American area of
South America.
influence. Yes, Central and South America. We can't afford to turn them against us, and the reality is, there has been a long, Nicolas Maduro, like him or hate him, Hugo Chavez, Evo Morales, they were the last of the Bolivarian revolution in Latin America. And if you don't understand what that is, it's basically the decolonization of Latin American countries. And when Chavez took over, his great sin was he nationalized the oil in Venezuela to pay for social programs. And that was, reading, writing, medical, all the things that we don't spend our money on. You know, as far as we're concerned, the oil in Venezuela belongs to us. And, how dare they, take a chunk of profit out of the American oil companies to, spend it on the poor pissant peasants down in Venezuela. That was the great sin. The other great sin, which nobody really talks about because it's not really brought up, is that Venezuela State Bank, or their central bank, is state-run. Unlike the rest of the world, the majority, I think there was 7 or 8 countries. There were 7 countries on the hit list that General Wesley Clark talked about, and almost all of them had state-run central banks. And I think that was the missing ingredient from this equation in Venezuela, because Venezuela still has a state-run bank. And even though Trump had already cut a deal with Venezuela, with Maduro, to allow Chevron back in to pump oil. What was his name? Marco Rubio got Trump to backpedal on it and decided to go for a decapitation operation, a regime change. And you got to ask yourself why. If we had already secured oil drilling rights for Chevron and the other oil companies, what other legitimate reason would he have, or not even legitimate, but what other reasons would he have that they're not talking about to go forth with this invasion in Latin America that's only going to kill thousands? I mean, they're not going to be able to withstand a U.S. assault. That's not even the question. The question is there a legitimate reason to kill thousands of people for something they could have gotten? They had already arranged to get freely, they had already arranged a deal for. So why are they continuing with this insult of Venezuela? And the only thing I can come up with is the state-run bank. And who is Marco Rubio's largest constituency down in South Florida? Anybody?
Cuba.
No, not just Cuba.
I'm there with you, brother. I used to live in South Florida.
Who runs South Florida?
Constituency from the country in the Middle East that is not an Arab country.
Thank you. Who runs the banks?
Indeed the same.
All right. And this is the reason why
Are you talking about the Israelis?
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Are you?
I would never
Are
do a
you
thing
hinting
like that?
that could never happen, right?
Yeah,
I am
There
looking
are
at from
allies, right? That can never
It's a
happen.
I disagree. It's more U.S. supremacy, dare I say, U.S. arrogance. The public issue, or the public announced issue, is related to drugs. And the real issue that the US got is with Mexico, not with Venezuela, because obviously those drugs have to come in by Mexico over Mexican borders. So why, from a public sort of standpoint, why invade Venezuela?
Well, that's the whole point. The whole point is that there is no legitimate excuse for invading Venezuela. I mean, if you want to go after a drug trafficking nation, a narco state, you gotta look at Mexico. Mexico is the top of the list. It sits right on our border, and the cartels have a lot of influence in the United States. There's a crap ton of corruption. They've got DEA and FBI moles in the in government that are controlled by the Mexican cartels because, again, they have an undue influence. Now, Venezuela, we've long heard that CIA was operating down there. It was basically a CIA stronghold. And there's another aspect to this that has recently been surfaced, and Nancy was one of the first to talk about it. and that was their involvement in Smartmatic.
Yep, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, the voting
Yeah.
software.
Right.
And the thing about it, though, is Venezuela themselves do not have the technical capacity to make a voting software that would have been bought up by the United States government and implemented nationwide. Not without U.S. support. U.S. and Mossad. Those are the two tech giants that are operating down there that nobody's talking about.
Well, what about Executive Order 13818 when you interfere with election, interference? That gives the U.S. the right to go in and take over.
No, listen. I don't disagree, but I don't think I don't think it's the Venezuelan government. Can you imagine the bus driver making a program to run voting software? Maduro. Do you think Venezuela had that technical capacity?
I think
no, but I bet China and Cuba could have sent some aid.
Well,
I don't think it was them.
Kamala's husband that had Dominion and Smartmatic together.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the roads lead to other countries. I think they lead right back to us, the CIA and the Mossad. And that's one thing that's pissing me off. That they're skirting around it. Our involvement in all of it and everything that's going on down there. But they won't clean house here first. Instead, what they're doing is they're stretching definitions to try to circumvent the War Powers Act. They're trying to label everybody terrorists, and that in there is my problem with the whole thing. It's a slippery slope. It was just one administration ago where they slapped the label of terrorist on everybody that was constitutional nationalist here in the United States. Everybody that was
exactly what.
we were all domestic terrorists.
It's a slippery slope.
That's it. We were domestic terrorists.
They could turn around and do it right back.
Yeah.
They could turn around and do it right back to us, and will turn around and do it right back to us in 3 years.
Exactly.
Executive order, though, it was against Biden. Biden and Kamala's husband who had the Smartmatic thing. So that's where where he's getting the reason that they can go in and do this. I mean, they've already taken, if you abscond with all of their assets because they were guilty of interference. And that interference, they just haven't brought out the faction of the U.S. yet that is responsible.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with it. I mean, but again, if you're going to go in, or at least go in with the under the right intentions, under the letter of the law, because the problem is you got a bunch of Trumpers here, a bunch of they diehard Trumpers that will cling on to anything he says and back it. And I used to this used to piss me off when he was in his first term in office, like when he was backing red flag laws, and the dumbasses that were blindly following him were cheering and say yay, not realizing that can be turned around and used on us. And as far as the domestic terrorism, shit, they already laid out they already legalized that under the NDAA of 2012, and they used it on us. They have already used it on us. The NDAA of 2012, they authorized the indefinite detention and assassination of U.S. citizens without due process or geographical limitations. That means they could do it here in the U.S. And we found out, Anwar al-Awlaki was the first guy, the first American that got whacked without due process, and then his 16-year-old son. And I think his sister, too. His daughter, too. But anyway, my point is, they already did it abroad. But then when Biden took power and we had January 6th, they indefinitely detained a bunch of U.S. citizens that had nothing to do with pipe bombs or even occurring into the Capitol building.
Well,
and
is that because it was in D.C., though? Because they had a different constitution that they could do that?
It shouldn't matter anyway. It shouldn't matter anyway. The Constitution is the Constitution.
Yeah, but they have a different constitution. D.C. does. They seriously do. That's why they got away with it.
Right, I understand. Like Vatican City and
London City.
Yeah.
Well, one of the J6ers was sitting in the county jail here in Pinellas County the entire time. So it's not just a DC thing. Otherwise, they would have put him in jail up there.
I'm surprised that happened. Was that just one person? Because
there was one person that we know of, that we knew of, and Nancy got to speak with him. We talked to his support team, and we got to be friends with them. And again, no charges. They threw him in there, no charges, and left him in there to rot. And he was fighting to get out the entire time. He's retired Special Forces, one of the good guys, but he refused to become an FBI informant at the J6 thing. Okay, so they threw him in the slam.
Well, it's probably better down in Pinellas County than what they got in DC, because they really have no rules there. I mean,
but you hear what I'm saying though. The slippery slope is this.
Yes.
Yeah, they've already the slippery slope has already been moved. Now they can use it on Americans here in the United States. And if they continue slapping, just throwing around the world the label terrorist everywhere, then they can label anybody a terrorist. As it stands right now, if they're trying to pass legislation to make it illegal to talk about those people without, what I'm saying, the ones that own the banks, where they're trying to make it illegal to talk about them, and they want. What was that?
Those Germans. Fucking Nazis, man.
The juicies, the juicy people. Anyway,
don't give him any lead to take and do the slippery slope with language there, Roger.
Sorry.
Hey, Rafi, does the Patriot Act give them the more War Powers Acts for once they claim somebody a terrorist? I don't know. I don't have a copy.
They did. They gave Bush a blank check to basically fight terrorism everywhere. And that was a problem. That is a problem. Still is a problem.
It continues. We got a COG going on, though, right now. And also, we're back on the Constitution of the Republic. We're not maritime anymore.
This actually goes back further than just the last couple of years, last 10 or whatever years. This goes back to the old notion that the US is the world police force.
We are.
Absolutely.
As it really worked since World War II. Yeah, I think it ever worked.
Well, I mean, we have been since World War II. Who do you think rebuilt the Europe?
Yeah.
Whoever asked the Navy to do it. It was England for the longest time. And then, they basically had to trade in their empire for us to come into World War II.
Let's think about this, like with the genocide and the gold that they were supposed to freaking reimburse back to the Jews who lost all their family and loved ones. That gold that England was supposed to have that was mysteriously sunk on its way to the United States.
It's under Mark's mattress.
Okay. I mean,
that's why he has a castle.
That's why he's sitting high.
The point is they were shipping that to the United States, supposedly. You see, it's like that whole story on the United States and how much power we actually had and what we played a part in is kind of controversial. Because
you're talking about the Bretton Woods Agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, we cut the deal that we would hold the gold and everybody would hold dollars and at a peg rate. And the reality is, it's not that we're playing police in the world. Every once in a while we might do a good deed, but the majority of it is we declared we declared economic war on the entire world when we took ourselves off the gold standard. It's economic warfare. And then to make it worse, we started using that very same system that we trapped everybody into under the petrodollar status. Once we got the petrodollar status in place, we started using that system as an economic weapon. We've been, putting sanctions. Yeah, we use it. We use it like a bat and place sanctions on people that we don't agree with. And Venezuela is just one of them. You know, it's not that they didn't have the oil to pay for those social programs before, but as soon as we started an economic war against them, we killed them. We started embargoes, we started doing sanctions, we just basically, you know, starved them out. And, you know, it's not that their economies, you know, died naturally. It's that we interfered. We destroyed their economy from the outside. And therein lies the problem. That's the reason why the BRICS are forming. Sorry, excuse me. But that's the reason why the BRICS are forming, because we've been doing this to everybody. You know, it's not like, you know, it's not like we try to convince everybody, you know, it's not like we try to convince everybody to go our way. We threaten them to do things our way. And if they don't, well, then they get embargoes, they get sanctions, they get all this other stuff that starve them out. And you know, it may be just a pissing contest between two world leaders, but it's the millions of people in one of those countries that's going to end up starving, just like Iraq. You know, you guys remember that interview with Madeleine Albright, where
500,000 was.
No,
it was a hard decision, but we do believe it was worth it.
Yeah, that's exactly that. That's exactly it. That was Madeleine Albright's callous response to 500,000 men, women, and children starving because they wanted to oust Saddam Hussein, and that was BS. And then, you know, you look at it this time around when we finally invaded them. What did we do? We not only did they suffer millions of casualties, but now their lands are so polluted with your depleted uranium, they're going to have birth defects for generations to come. And
real quick, you know, in Fallujah, they advised the women not even to have babies up to this day because of all the birth defects. And I tell you what, I've shown a lot of awful stuff on the D program in terms of Palestine and just in general. That is the one thing where I will not look at the screen. I will literally look away from the screen. Those photos look so horridly painful. I can't begin to explain.
Yes, it is absolutely horrible. But the thing is, our propaganda machine whitewashes the whole damn thing. And so the American people don't know, or they don't care, because they've been programmed not to care. All they care about is that they're comfortable. All they care about is that their lives are good, that their lives are okay. But they're willing to do the same thing they did to Iraq to Venezuela. You know, and that alone pisses me off. You know, they're not thinking like human beings. They have no moral compass anymore. The United States citizens, the citizens of America, and they're just. I'm to the point where I'm just ready to let them go. You understand what I'm saying?
The Venezuelans
no, those dead-brained Americans, those callous, immoral. You know, just I don't even know what to call them. But they
brainwashed. I mean, seriously,
not even brainwashed.
They don't know what's going on. I mean, they don't care about what's going on. They buy the propaganda hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah,
indoctrinated.
The cheerleaders.
There you go.
Their cheerleaders is what it is. What's making me sick about politics today is I have to sit and listen to these people freaking act like Donald Trump cheerleaders or the freaking Democratic Party cheerleaders. That doesn't matter any of the bad stuff they've done. These people will justify those actions. They will say that it's okay. It's like Donald Trump was supposed to be the anti-war president, and look at what he's doing. And to this day, you'll find those cheerleaders who are touting him and justifying his actions, knowing damn well he became president because he was supposed to be against the same things he's doing right now.
Well, part of it is you're watching a propaganda war also, you know, because he has shut down. And I don't know why their other things haven't been shut down or everyone told to stop. To stop and get on with it. Everybody wants that. But so there must be something else going on as far as the holdup. I know in Iraq, they had to get rid of. They still had corruption in their government before they can revalue their money. So
Yeah.
they have to get rid of that. And they have to, and because everybody's money is all supposed to be the same, a 1-to-1 ratio. So there's no more American hegemony, so that it's a level playing field. And so I don't know if Venezuela's, government, Maduro, whoever, he's not playing ball. He's not doing what, he needs to do to get that playing field leveled. I mean, because it's awful listening to everything that's going on and knowing the truth and then going, oh, what are we waiting for? It's just.
Yeah, well, therein lies another piece of angst that it just kind of bothers the shit out of me. Is that the reality is, they're going to make thousands of people suffer, and they're going to lay waste to Venezuela and probably grant themselves, contracts to rebuild it, like they're trying to do with Ukraine and Gaza, whatever else. And they're going to leave some depleted uranium to, have a bunch of dirt birth defects. When reality is, if they got a problem with Maduro, they could just put a tomahawk through his bedroom window while he sleeps. That's why make all those people suffer because of, you got a problem with one guy. Or even if it was his entire cabinet, there are still ways to do it without killing all the innocents that have nothing to do with it.
I think they'll try that. Capitation strikes.
I don't think so. I just, if they wanted to do that,
if they would try anything.
They could try anything. There's a whole laundry list of things things in the U.S. arsenal that they can try, and
Venezuela is kind of a touchy situation too, though, because on one hand, I agree with you on that, but with everybody talking all this stuff about illegals coming to the United States, they're fleeing Venezuela for a reason. Like, this guy is a freaking tyrant, and he's done atrocious things to his own people, so I'm kind of mixed on that too, because
take a break, Roger. Can you hold that question?
Yeah.
Answer?
Yeah. All right. We're going to go to break, and we'll be right back with the VIXEN'S Vault. So just stand by.
All right. We're on radio break. Thanks,
well, I understand.
David.
Anytime, Mark W.
Yeah. that is kind of it's not as cut and dry as what everybody's making it out to be.
No.
This guy's a horrible.
There's something going on.
No, he really is. He's a horrible dude.
Well,
to get rid of that.
The government works over there is way different than here. They have the military, and then they have certain aspects of the military that are shady, but they have power. How we have 3 different sets of power. We have the administrative, we have the Congress, and then we have the judiciary. But it's all nice and clean and by the book. They have something like that, divided power, but it's not clean. It's the opposite. It's partially military, partially somebody like Maduro in the administration, and partially these cartels. And one hand kind of sort of has to wash the other, and that's how somebody like Maduro stays in power. To an extent, by juggling these other powers.
We have to take out the corruption. Plus, with the EOs, we own that country now. So we're not trying to destroy that country because we own it. I mean, that's what happens when all of those countries they have to stand down to America. And I won't use the name again, but
bow down.
No, it's just that's the. If they violate and they, do the election interference, then we have the right to take all of their assets
but
basically take their. But there's something else going on.
Only by your own laws, not by their laws. Only by the laws that you've created, or the US has created.
Yeah,
that's
I don't want to
international
have.
law.
I don't want to
That's
have to go over
international.
this again. Like I'm gonna say it one more time, Mark. Okay, we are the greatest country.
Whatever. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
International law.
Yeah.
you will obey and you will do what you're told because the United States has said so. That is the way it is, Mark.
Tell that to China. Tell that to
Yeah.
China.
China can.
Yeah, I was
have
going
all-
to say we've got some nerve talking about interfering in other people's elections.
How dare
That's a
you?
reason to go bomb.
How dare you interfere with our elections? And it's like I'm getting so tired of hearing that crap. Like, hey, they're interfering with our elections. Who's doing it this time? You know what I mean? Let's pick a name. Let's just.
Well, again, this is where I go back to, as far as the election interference goes, unless you can prove that Maduro ordered it, you have no case.
What
If
about
anything, I think
England?
again. God.
What about
damn,
England?
I think it's
Yeah.
What
they
about
do.
England?
They
always
do.
interfere.
See
Yeah.
Trump
They always
walking
interfere.
in front of
Yeah,
Trump walking in front of the king and the queen and reviewing the troops. I mean, that is not allowed normally. You don't walk in front of somebody else's
Oh.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's
You talking about
just
first
showing
administration?
Well,
No,
they're
I mean just recently,
no.
Trump and just
Yeah.
recently, and then before the Queen, and then he walked in front of Charles, and
St.
he's
George.
reviewing the Trump.
It's
reviewing
St. George. That has to do with St. George. Okay, now they have a medal of honor that they hand out that's international. It's called St. George.
No, but
And-
normally you don't allow that. I mean, that
Yeah,
perhaps
that's against
before
the
you don't
law,
walk
yeah.
in front of them.
That's one special occasion that they do allow it in. It's like a multinational thing. It's a secret cult among the government and the
Here's
military.
the
Anyways,
No,
He
less,
understands
less
his
than
body
30
language.
seconds
He
and we'll
knows
be
what
back on air.
Vicky's talking about.
Believe it or not,
Okay.
it is a real thing. It is a
Calm
real
down,
thing.
guys. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are alive and on the radio side right now.
And welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. This is Rafael Martinez filling in for Nancy Planeta. And tonight our panel is having a free-for-all with the Venezuela issue because we all have opinions about it, and we're trying to dig down to the root of it. But we talked about the possible reasons why they have for trying to invade Venezuela. At first, we thought it was the oil. Then we thought it was the drugs. But the reality is, I think, at the end of the day, I think it's because of the banks. And, maybe the CIA and Mossad involvement in the Smartmatic and all their operations they have going down there. Because there was a post I just read maybe 3 days ago. One of the high-ranking generals down in Venezuela basically turned over state's evidence against CIA and some politicians here in the United States. And I also found another post where supposedly Maduro cut a deal with Trump to give up everything that he had on what they're basically looking for. So there's a good chance that the troop buildup or the fleet buildup outside of Venezuela was to put pressure on him to make him make him sweat a little bit to turn everybody over. But if it is
so
great,
he doesn't make a run for it,
it wouldn't matter. You can, if you were going to make a run for it, you wouldn't go through the Gulf anyway. You basically got you'd basically take your southern border, or maybe
Yeah,
anywhere.
I don't think that would work for him because of what I was talking about before, the way their government works. The only reason he's alive is because he has the ability to, with finesse, juggle those shady powers. It wouldn't be in it for anybody to help him flee, I don't think.
Well, that's usually the reason why you see the military buildup. That's the reason that has been given online, is that so that these people don't escape. They don't flee.
I'm going to call shit on that one, but that's okay.
You're welcome to. I'm just saying that's what's been put out, is
I
the
got
reason
no.
for
But
the
that's what I'm saying though. Everything as a daily course of action, the government lies to us about everything. Anything and everything that the government spouts out, or even the mainstream media spouts out, 9 times out of 10, it's a pure, absolute freaking lie.
Yeah, but
You know,
this isn't
you got to look
mainstream
deeper.
media. This is not even mainstream media that's putting that out.
Who
About
put it out?
You know who's
I'm
putting
just
it out.
thinking. I'm just thinking. During the break we were talking on sort of international lines, and I'm just thinking, what would if the US invaded? What would be the approach from other countries? I mean, granted, Britain under this current government isn't going to do anything; it's just going to wipe its hands. But I'm thinking France, Germany. Will they be happy with that? Will China, will Brazil, will India, Russia be happy with that?
As it stands right now, I mean, you got one of the things that are ruffling a lot of feathers is that China has moved in and started signing deals to buy oil from Venezuela. Matter of fact, they have reportedly started an oil drilling platform in Lake. What's the name? It starts with an M. It's right there off the Gulf. And anyway, they're started pumping Venezuelan oil, reportedly out of Venezuela's territory, and that again would be a trigger on the Monroe Doctrine. But then to top it off, Russia is coming in and offering military advisement. They're offering, as I understand it, they're giving them missiles, anti-aircraft missiles that they're deploying all along their northern border, and they're also training their troops, supposedly.
Yeah, apparently they have 5,000 already of the missiles.
Yeah, and not only that, but you got apparently Russia has parked one of their warships off the coast of Venezuela as a basically they're flipping the bird at the United States. That if you hit us, well, then you are going to drag us into it. But this is basically them saying, if you can push NATO into Ukraine and onto our doorsteps, well, guess what? We're going to help Venezuela. We're going to turn Venezuela on our side and put them on your doorstep. This is the other reason.
This is the other reason I was thinking that we're not going after Mexico and we're going more toward Venezuela, is because we can just sit out there with our Navy, on either side, really, Colombia, etc. With the size of Mexico, that's not something we'd be able to do. Just sit out there and hit them with whatever from our Navy.
Well, that's the funny thing. In reality is if we were worried about the drug trafficking, we would be going to Mexico. We would have our troops so deep into Mexico, we would be throwing flashbangs into Scheinbaum's front door. We would already be there. But I just found a report here recently that we've had our special forces on the ground over there training their Mexican Marines to fight the cartels, and there's a huge battle going on along the northern states of Mexico. They're especially with CJNG, Nueva Generaciones. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. CJNG, the cartel. I can't remember the full name of the damn cartel, but the Nueva Generación, they're the ones that took over after Chapo was arrested. They filled that vacuum of power. But my point is, if you're going to use drug trafficking as a justification, well, then Mexico should be your number one target, especially if you're talking about fentanyl. Your next target should be Colombia, because that's where the cocaine, Colombia and Bolivia, that's where the cocaine is being created. But the reality is, CIA and DEA have had their hands in all that shit for the longest time. Maybe not DEA, but the CIA for sure.
Yeah.
Going all the way back to, the
Bush. Bush's time, right?
Well, even before that, they had the Mena, Arkansas drug and run operation with Barry Seal. They were running dope all the way down to from Colombia and running drug or arms to Nicaraguans and Contras in Nicaragua.
Right to Bill Clinton in Arkansas. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
when
Bill
he was-
Clinton
when-
covered the whole thing up.
Just
when
saying.
he was
And George
governor,
Bush.
Mhm.
he was governor of Arkansas. He was in charge of. He was keeping it quiet with all the drugs in was it
Mena.
Mena, Arkansas? Yeah.
Just say no
You know,
to
they were going to
drugs.
call that
It's-
movie Mena. They're just going to call it Mena. And they said, oh, no, you're not just going to call it Mena. And they called it, American Made instead.
Yeah, yeah.
Iran Contra is all about that stuff. I mean, that was Ronald Reagan too, and Nancy Reagan with just say no to drugs. You know, they were
Well, even before that, I mean, that stemmed from Air America in Vietnam, in
exactly.
Laos and
Oh, yeah.
Cambodia, the
Air
Golden Triangle.
American.
Yeah, they were smuggling heroin from there. And when we went back to Afghanistan, what did we do? We encouraged the local farmers to stop growing food and start growing opium.
Mhm.
And we, of course, we covered the whole damn thing up. Yeah, it's duplicitous what we do. We're trying to label everybody else a terrorist, but the reality is we are the biggest gangster terrorist organization on the planet with a larger body count than any other quote unquote hostile nation and quote unquote terrorist organization, which we probably built with us and Mossad probably created.
Right.
ISIS was
You're
created
so
by
right
us.
about
Al-Qaeda
that.
was created by us.
That's why there's a plan
Hamas.
to take that down now, and it's in place. It's
But
made.
again, you're basing that's a statement based on faith that they're actually doing what the accused said they were doing.
Well, that's
I've
true,
yet
but I
to
think
see some rock
if that-
solid.
Yeah,
I want
but
a front row seat
we'd be
to their.
dead if otherwise, because of that Georgia Guidestones. If
Well,
I mean, seriously, we'd be dead. We would
but
all
again,
be in the concentration
this
camps because we didn't take the vax, and
and therein
guillotine.
lies. That's it, and that's it. The thing is, though, this is what I say about the slippery slope. Same way they can label anybody a terrorist to not give them any due process and get them off the chessboard. They could have easily done with the COVID pandemic lockdown and say he was sick, so we rounded him up and put him in a FEMA camp, which he did not survive. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying that didn't happen. So
But
that's why
that didn't happen here, but that happened to a lot of people in places like Australia, etc.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah,
And
I've
New
got
Zealand.
video of it. I reported on it.
Yeah, but I'm
And
just saying that it's not that there isn't a plan. You're kind of hinting that there's nothing been done. It's just it's not out in the open yet, because when it does go out,
Well,
You guys know what
Okay.
APIs are, right? You understand what an
Yeah.
active pharmaceutical ingredient is, right? It's
No,
Yes.
go ahead. Go ahead and explain to the audience.
Okay, so what happens is like freaking you have what's called an active pharmaceutical ingredients and that is basically finished generics from countries like India and China.
Yeah.
And what they do is they make nearly all major pharma companies ingredients is for their drugs. So like when Raph was sitting there talking about encouraging the Afghanis to give up farming for selling opium. Okay, these farmers were selling opium for these big pharmaceutical companies for their ingredients. So every time you buy into the idea that these pharmaceuticals are good, what you're doing is you're saying it's okay for these third world countries to freaking grow poppies and freaking get away with it because they're doing it for pharmaceuticals. And most of them are here in the United States. About 90% of prescription drugs that are doing this stuff in foreign countries are coming from the United States. They're imported.
The only thing that, Roger, is now because of the fentanyl, they're just synthetically making what used to be poppy, which is why we just bounced out of there in 2018. Raph was definitely right about the poppy production. I looked at last week, James Corbett put out something called The CIA Still Runs the Drugs, 41-minute little thing that he put together. And, oh God, I'm going to have a brain fart.
I love James Corbett.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. But, he was going over the poppy production. And my goodness, in 2000, wouldn't you know, that was when their poppy production was at the very lowest, when the Taliban had taken hold. And as soon as we got in there in 2001, you see it go up. By the time it's 2004, it's up higher by like 2 times than it had been ever in the 90s. By the time you see 2008, it's up by 3 times. It's uncanny.
Yep. But here's the thing, though, and I've had this another argument with somebody else about it. They were basically trying to say, well, these drug cartels are coming in and they're victimizing our people, with fentanyl and this, that, whatever. I said, look, man, the cartel doesn't come in and put a gun to their head and force them to use fentanyl, to use heroin, to do whatever. They don't holding them at gunpoint. They're buying this shit. They're creating the black market that is necessary. Because of prohibition, it's necessary. They're creating the black market, which creates all the criminal activity, which creates all the violence. Instead of getting rid of prohibition and making it legal so that these people can get it, that's something that's regulated, that's clean, from say Circle K. They get a jonesing, 11 o'clock at night. Hey man, I need marijuana cigarettes. Okay, let's go to Circle K. Why would you buy it from a backwood dealer when that could be laced with fentanyl or PCP or anything else?
Well, I would like to hear from Mark Worthy, actually, because don't they have something like that in the UK? I mean, even in the prison system, not methadone, and I know this is going to sound nuts, but bear with me here. This is for folks who didn't do good, quote unquote, on the methadone program. They basically wanted to keep relapsing. It wasn't good enough just to keep their withdrawals at bay. So they actually, from what I understand, give them a certain amount of heroin per day. They get dosed by sometimes they get dosed by a machine that looks at their retina to tell if they're already using another drug. That way, if they are, they won't give it to them, etc. Have you heard of anything like that, Mark Edworthy, or am I just nuts here?
Well, they ended prohibition back in Portugal. Mark, I think you're on mute. You're on mute, bud. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware, but again, the details I haven't really done the research on.
Anyway, I know they decriminalized it in Portugal.
That was 15 years ago. I found that out. Something like 150 out of 301 UK prisons had that program. Couldn't believe it.
What about Portugal? They decriminalized drugs there too.
Yeah, that's interesting. How overnight they
down
did
50%. Yeah, they dropped addiction overnight because they weren't
they sure did.
in the shadows. And it's the same thing here. I mean, you look at let's say alcohol. The United States government tried everything to stop alcohol, but they couldn't. They went so far as to poison alcohol to try to get people to stop drinking it. And the reality is prohibition doesn't work. It never has. It never will. You're trying to prevent somebody from using something that has, you have no business telling people what to do with their lives. That's where we messed up. We abdicated personal responsibility, and I know I've harped on that a million times. But it's by legalizing it, you can regulate it. You can make sure that it's not laced with PCP or angel dust or fentanyl or anything else. Whether it's marijuana or cocaine. If you legalize it, you can keep the cartels out of the game, and people like Philip Morris, the cigarette companies, they have the infrastructure to pump out so many marijuana cigarettes that it can drop the manufacturing debt cost down to 3 cents a cigarette. And the cartels can't compete with that. Same thing with cocaine.
I was just going to say, being sort of a classical liberal individual that I am, I agree that free market ideology and less than fair, but again, I do understand the point of regulation, as long as it's proportionate.
Yeah, exactly, and that's and again, the market will determine that. But the thing about it, though, is that sorry, Vicky, you were saying?
Oh, I had heard someone had complained, and so maybe you all would know about this, saying that, okay, the Venezuelan boats, that they've been sinking, that have like 2 people on, they were saying that these boats were actually going to take these drugs to Europe, and that's why they felt like the U.S. didn't have any right to take them out, because they were going to Europe and bringing all these drugs into Europe. And I'm like, okay. So
on those tiny little speedboat things?
Yeah, that's what it was a military person. And I was like, okay. And then the other thing is like, well, and then they brought up how there are little kids on those boats too, because a lot of times I guess they use the kids as mules, right? I mean, not technically, mules, but as far as taking the drugs, I mean, they're kind of tied in with the trafficking issue with the drugs.
But it's not like we're enough debt as it is, No, we can't continue to sink them with a 50 cal round. No, we got to use a $500,000 missile to do it, just to make a spectacular mess out of it. It's bullshit.
Well, did you see the one where they had a sniper? They put a couple in the motor. They disabled the motor. Then they had the Coast Guard come up and actually get on board. This is how they should have done all of them. But what happened a couple days ago?
But it was. I think the reason why they don't board, because then international law. No. I mean, with these particular ones, is it might be considered in international law piracy at that point. All right, so you got to be careful. So if you blow them out of the water, that's different, I guess.
The Coast Guard. No. Jason, the Coast Guard sniper took the engine out, and they went on there. Now, the Coast Guard operates under different rules than the Navy does, because they're not a war department or war military service. They're there just to stop the drugs and illegals coming by the water and rescuing people also. That's why they didn't kill anything. They didn't kill the people.
Yeah, I thought it was tricked out that they even had a sniper or a sniper rifle or any of that. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, well, heck, I was trained before going overseas, because I was in the Coast Guard, and we were shooting up to 300, 500 yards, and we.
Wow.
Oh yeah, we had to. This was in Cape May. This was Cape May also. Yeah, we were doing it. There.
Someone posted. I'm sorry. Someone had posted the rules about the international waters, about vessels in international waters, basically saying that a boat in international waters that is not running a national flag is categorized as international laws the same way as a pirate is. Such boats have absolutely no national or international protections, and you cannot commit a war crime against them. Which I agree with that. You can't commit a war crime, but you can't still commit murder.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. Yeah, you're right on that point. Whoever put it out to you, Rafi, because I've never seen a flag on any of those boats.
Yeah, they're stateless vessels.
Flying flag, so they were definitely pirates or illegal drug runners.
It says any state may stop, board, search, or seize or disable a stateless vessel. UNCLOS, UNCLOS, Article 110 explicitly authorizes boarding and seizure. The law does not require states to take risks on states to risk their own personnel or assets while doing so. Disabling a vessel that refuses inspection, including firing on it, is legally permissible under both UNCLOS and long-established state practice. Lethal force may be used when a vessel refuses to lawful orders. The International Maritime Organization's use of force guidance for maritime interdiction recognizes that disabling fire, even lethal force, is lawful when a vessel refuses lawful boarding, attempts to flee, poses a threat, or engages in illicit activities such as piracy or narcotics trafficking.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, they're saying they can fire on it, including. But I think what I'm seeing here is says it can use lethal force to. But I don't know if I don't know if they're
talk about a slippery slope. If they're transporting drugs, you can shoot at them. But you got to kind of get closer than you would be to shoot at them to see do they actually have the drugs.
Well, that's it. I mean,
I hate to break it to you guys, but I started the call a little too early, and we're going to run out of time on this one. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up for this hour, and then I'm going to wait a couple minutes and call everybody back on the same one.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go into a long break here. This is your chance to get up, go get your drinks and refill and empty the bladders and join us right back here. How long from now, Mark?
About 5-10 minutes, but if you're still listening, we'll be right back in a little bit here.
Sounds good. All right, guys. Have a great night. Or we'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Or 10 minutes.
10.
Okay.
All right. We're on radio break right now, and I'm just going to let this one run out so that we can get the other one in.
You know what we got to do? We got to bring Roger back on because he's got to finish his segment, what he was talking about at the 9:30 break.
9:30 break.
Yeah, he was talking, and I interrupted him because it was time for break, and he was talking about something. I don't know what it was.
I'm still here.
Related.
Was it the George?
It's all related to
St. George thing?
Yeah, check chats too. Larry is over on Facebook. Raph, he's in there, and we also have some other folks around. I did post in here a post from D-Live from someone there. So, make sure we address all that as well if we can.
Absolutely. Yep. Hold on.
So, hey, Mark, you might want to double check with what's-his-face, too, because I think you guys may have gotten your hours mixed up. Like, if the time he was talking about it to you would have been like an after show. I don't think he was saying.
I don't think we're going to do an after show tonight because.
Well, I mean, with him, what's his name on censorship? I keep forgetting his name. He's that cool dude.
Oh, yeah. Barry?
No, the other one that was on tonight.
Brent. Brent will be coming in next week from 9 to 10, and it's just a one-on-one. We're not going to be in. We'll be here, but it's a one-on-one interview with him. We have he has a lot of stuff. He was.
I think he said Central though. So if he said Central, that he's thinking like 10 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
10.
Well, no, 9 to 10 our time. Okay. And I'll make sure Brent knows that too. It should be either the first part or the second part of the show next week for Brent. We'll find out when I get him in.
He's got cool stuff. So have you talked to him yet, Raph?
All right. We'll be right back. I'm going to get us reconnected with the folks here on the VIXEN'S Vault because we have a Legion of Chaos. So let's see what we can do. Getting everybody back together. Here's Raph. Welcome back, Raph. Get Roger in here. Mark.
Hey, I'm here. Yeah.
Let me get Jason in here too. And David. Where'd David go? David and Vicky. Don't look like Willie wants to come in tonight and talk about Slender Man or whatever.
Yeah. Now that was actually a good conversation.
That was funny. Yeah. All right.
No, you need to understand one thing about Slender Man and not having a butt. Okay, like there's a reason why
Yeah,
I told you it's better that he.
Roger,
wear a
you don't
thong
have to.
because
You don't have to go into how Slender Man wears a thong because he's.
see, I'm skinny. I'm skinny. I'm skinny. I don't have a butt.
And
all
how
right?
he uses, he steals Willie's bracers to keep them up from falling off his.
That was never. That was
because
never
the Slender Man has no booty meat from what I heard. But anyway.
Well, see, that's what I was trying to say. I'm skinny. I don't have very much of a butt either, so I can understand why he would have to wear a thong. Like, especially when it comes to carrying stuff. Like, if you don't have a butt and you're like carrying, like, say, soda, your freaking pants just keep falling down, dude.
Yeah,
it don't matter what
you
size.
You need to start
they
wearing
are.
bracers or suspenders there, buddy.
No, that's for old men.
I actually do.
Yeah, I
actually
know.
do.
I know you do.
Actually, I hate wearing boots, and I think braces actually helps with posture
Sit
as well.
down, dude. Sit down. That's kind of embarrassing.
Let me just finish on making coffee. Let me just finish
Yeah,
on
I
making
can't.
coffee.
It's like he started moving like Mr. Bean. You seen that? Like, you know how Mr. Bean used to always move around and stuff? He's Mr. Bean. Like, don't be doing that, dude.
Hey, Mark, where's the thread Larry's in?
He's in Facebook on my front page.
There he is.
Yeah, there's
I can't find it.
Hold on. I'll send you the link.
All right, thank you.
Dave, is your audio good?
Yeah, I'm good. Why? What's going on?
It still shows that you're muted.
Larry says he's hanging in there.
No, I just unmuted okay.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, that was weird. Because I could hear you.
Weird.
I could hear your voice and everything, but it still said you were muted.
Oh, maybe it was too quick. Maybe we reacted too quickly for these computers.
I hate Teams. I hate it with a passion, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really do. They
Well,
screwed up big time when they got rid of Skype.
It's about control of Mark Watashik. That's why.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Watashik the Akashic.
Akashic. Yes, it's a good name. Yeah. Well, that
There you
person
go.
did put that comment in there about the
Raph,
pre-scripted
do you see
show.
it now?
Yeah, I see the link. Hold on, I'm popping in.
Well, I mean, I think we would probably get more viewers if we actually did script this show, because like freaking.
Yeah,
thing-
no, I'm not
Mark,
downloading Facebook.
Mark Watashik, man, is just he starts talking about crazy shit in here, dude.
Who?
Like,
Who does?
did you hear the stuff he says, man? Like about them freaking dwarf Vikings and
Chicken jockey.
chicken jockeys and stuff. And
That's Roger.
chicken
He's
jockey.
the chicken jockey slayer. Slayer of chicken jockeys.
no, not really, dude. They really do.
He will slay.
They-
If he finds one that has a skeleton, man, he will go out of his
I
way
will
and slay
run-
that bad boy.
I will run like a chicken, dude. A chicken being chased by a chicken is what that's all about. Them things are mean, dude.
Mean.
They're mean. The only thing worse than a chicken jockey is a freaking skelly, dude. Because they got bows and arrows.
What about
You
the
know,
pygmy chicken jockey? The little dude that rides the chicken.
Well, those
Aren't
are
they
the
real
midgets.
fast?
Those are the midgets. Those are the midget zombies.
Can't say that, man. We've talked about that.
Well,
Watch
I mean,
it,
come on,
because
dude.
people out there, get offended by their little people. All right, little
You bait
people.
them every time.
Roger, little
You
people.
bait them into saying it every time.
I refuse to call them little people because that's an insult to the fairy folk.
I didn't say they were wee folk. I mean,
well, Mark's from England. Little people is a slang for fairy folk over there, aren't they, Mark?
No.
Mark Lacoste.
That would be Faye.
Edworthy.
Faye. That would be Faye. Those people are Faye.
Yeah, they're the wee people, the little folk, the little
No,
people.
the island. The
What?
island, not.
Yeah.
That'd be
Well,
Irish.
Yeah, they just call them stuff like the Shay or something like that.
Well, I mean, you're
I
like
thought they were
right next
Faye.
to Wells. Wells is like the capital. Wells is like the capital of folklore. I mean, every one of them still believes in gremlins.
And Merlin? And Merlin?
And we have 30 seconds, and don't forget, after Christmas, make sure that you sweep your house out real good. If you leave any of those pine needles behind and you have a live tree, you could let goblins in.
I did not hear that before.
Anyways, here's your
Yeah, I've never heard
kind of
that.
countdown,
You
maybe
made it up.
sort of. 5, 4,
Did you make
3, 2, 1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. This is Rafael Martinez filling in for Nancy Planetto. And we're going back to our topic for tonight, and we're talking about Venezuela. So where did we leave off at, guys?
Didn't talk about the ship that they just took in today with full of oil. Was heading for Cuba.
Oh, was it a ship or was it?
No, it was a ship. It was a big oil ship. A ship full of oil. They just grabbed. They grabbed today. We grabbed it. I guess it was the Navy. They stopped it. I don't know what they're going to do with it. They can't sink it because then they'll have all the environmentalists all over it. So I don't know. Maybe that's why our gas keeps coming down. The price of gas.
Yeah, they'll steal it just like they did with Syria's oil. That's right. I said it.
He said
I tell you what,
we
if
robbed
the price
them,
of
and then
gas
we did-
goes up, we're done. That'd be the last thing we have, cheap gas.
And then we had
food, everything else is expensive. The tariffs.
And then we had our favorite top 10 terrorist list Al Qaeda member take over Syria for us, and we declared him a world leader and cleared him of all his terrorist wrongdoings.
How about that? He still had a $20 million price on his head his first 7 days as the new president of Syria because of red tape. Uncanny, unbelievable. I can't stand that dude.
Well, like I said, we're the global gangster terrorist organization. There's a reason why there's no peace on earth. It's because of us. And we,
cut off.
And like I said, when we went off the gold standard, we declared war on the world, and it started with economic war, but then it went on beyond that. We've been hitting people that have oil and people that don't have Rothschild central banks, and that's been the name of the game since the 70s.
And then making our own money, printing our own money.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. That's the reason why the 7 countries in 5 years that Wesley Clark talked about and Venezuela are happening, because the economic system as we know it is falling apart.
Well,
They can't keep this Ponzi scheme going if everybody's not playing the same game.
Well,
and they have to get everybody on digital money.
Right, and they have, or they will. Actually, I think they already have. It just isn't known to everybody yet, except for those few that aren't on board that are causing trouble, like Iraq. And probably Venezuela has corrupt government, too, because you can't have corrupt money in the new money system.
Who's more corrupt, them or us?
Well, obviously, we are, but we're the ones doing the fixing. We're fixing it.
We need a clean house first.
But
we have no moral authority to tell anybody anything about how to run their countries or run their lives when we can't even fix our own shit.
Right, but if America is fixing it, and that is why the fix will go around the world, so that it will be taken care of. If we broke it, we should fix it, right?
Well, it looks like they're fixing it.
That's not a very good policy because we just go breaking everything. We're going to help you, and we're going to shoot you if you don't let us help you.
Well, you know that there are segments in our government that have not been good, and that's why things have changed.
Credit cards.
Even under Trump, I don't trust the government.
You guys keep talking about like this decentralized token and stuff, but this stuff goes all the way back to the invention of credit. You know what I mean? If you really want to talk about money that's just fictional, dude, let's talk about credit cards and running around with this card.
The Fed was going around and printing their own money. I mean, that's how they did it. And so I'm saying, but the Fed is dead now.
It's been a while since we've actually had to have an actual $5, $10 bill in our pocket. Like we've always look at these debit cards that are out now.
The Fed just prints me with keyboard now. That's the only difference.
Like, I mean, you really think all that money that's on those cards are really held in the bank? I mean,
oh no. Mm-mm.
Well, it goes beyond that. I mean, we've had clandestine methods of creating money out of thin air for the CIA, and I think we even gave plates to Iraq back in the 80s. And now, if going back to this day and age, after the 2008 crisis, it was Senator Alan Grayson, I think it was. Anyway, he was grilling the Grayson.
Okay.
He was, but anyway, he was grilling the OIG, the Office of Inspector General of the Federal Reserve, about where $5 trillion went to. Oh no, what? $5 trillion? No, 500 billion, I think it was. So basically, the Federal Reserve created $500 billion out of thin air. That was totally outside, huh?
They printed their own money. They said they did that.
They created money out of thin air with no treasury bonds created to back it. There was no authorization to create this money by Congress. They just created it and they sent it to Europe with no authorization, and that's what he was grilling them about. So clearly, they're fixing. They're basically paving over anything and everything with money they're creating out of thin air in order to seal up the stock gaps. And that's when you're talking about. Since I mentioned Europe, Europe, that's another basket case that's experiment that's getting ready to fail. They're going to go. They're failing just like the League of Nations failed, just like the UN is starting to fail, like NATO is starting to fail.
And
the EU won.
Well, I was going to say, didn't the League of Nations just become NATO?
It became the UN.
Yeah. United Nations.
Yeah, it became the UN. Yeah, I mean that's why we had one of the reasons we had World War II. The League of Nations wasn't enough. Those 13, they needed the UN.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why Europe is trying to push for the war with Russia in Ukraine. That's why they're fueling the fire. Because for the longest time they've been trying to solidify their hold over Europe, all the countries in Europe. But it's basically right now it's kind of like a unelected bureaucracy overseeing the sovereign countries of Europe, but they have no real power. There was about 10 years ago, maybe actually before Trump's first term, they floated creating an EU army, and that was that's. Again, that was before Trump. I think it was during the Obama administration. But they couldn't get the support because, again, the states themselves and the countries, the member countries, didn't want to spend the money, and they didn't see the rationale behind it. Now, fast forward, EU is already collapsing as an organization, so they're trying to push this war with Russia to sell the idea that they're all in it together. This matter of fact, Lavrov, their head of state in Russia, said that basically that Europe is the Fourth Reich, and I don't disagree with him. It's basically there is Germany at the head trying to solidify this EU bloc over all of Europe.
But they're the Rothschild banks, though.
Funny you mention that. Funny you mention
done.
that. Me and Mark finished up on Europe this year on my show, and by the time it was done, I'd really taken a look at this unified Germany that they have this time, and I had it backwards in the beginning because I didn't realize that Germany was actually the flagship. It was everything that the EU represents. You know what I mean? It was created by the freaking Allied forces after they'd won World War II, and they just literally turned Germany into exactly what the EU was meant to be. I mean, it was perfect that Germany would become basically the head of the freaking whole European Union. You can say that they changed those countries and all that crap, but everybody knows who runs the show in the European Union. It's Germany, But it was really amazing whenever we finished that, because it made me look at that a whole lot different.
Well,
it really did.
Sure,
all of those countries had to step down, though. They all had to disband their government. I mean, they're not registered anymore.
The thing that puzzles me is that if Germany is the de facto head of the EU, why would they sign off on blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline?
I am not sure if that is an accurate sort of examination. The EU is governed by the European Commission, which is a bunch of unelected.
But every gang has a leader.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'll have to think about that actually.
Or multiple leaders, right?
Or multiple. Yeah, that's true. But, the thing about it, though, is that, there's within the foreign policy circles, it has been their policy to try to keep Russia and Germany apart because they thought that there were they were so aligned, they're basically mentally, they're culturally, they're so alike. If they got together, there would become an unstoppable, unbeatable alliance. And when I was reading, that pipeline represented a strong step forward towards solidifying the relationship between Russia and Germany. And that's the reason why the United States blew it up. Because the more you normalize economic trade between nations, the more they become aligned everywhere else. You understand?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean,
so let's just say the United States and Mexico were at war.
Uh-huh.
And one day we decided to end hostilities. But we saw an opportunity to sell our subsidized corn to Mexico. And Mexico, they eat a ton of corn. So they accept the deal and we start doing trade. And eventually they find other things, other equitable, things that they can trade, and then they start aligning with other things, after the, full cross-border trade ensues, then they start trading cultural ideas. They start exchanging political ideas, so on and so forth. And then eventually they just become basically frickin' frack. They're two peas in the pod. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well,
they go from enemies to friends, as all wars do. It ends with you start as enemies and eventually end up friends.
but historically, at least 2 or 3 times. I mean, the Russians were deathly afraid of the Germans because the Germans came in and whacked them, several times.
The deal between Germany and Russia is you had 2 big dogs, okay, and the Slavs in between them is what was the key to it. Like you heard about Balkanization, okay. Now that all occurred because of different things that took place within that region. The Slavs, Russians tried to portray themselves as heroes of the Slavs, okay? So they created what was called Pan-Russianism. And that was basically another form of what Germany had done, which led up to World War II when it came to Germans, okay? They wanted to make it to where Germany was central to freaking the survival of the German people and the quote unquote Aryans, which that was to me was just like a political term, because I think Hitler was more interested in consolidating power for Germany, and that's what Russia does. Okay, everything that has to do with Russia and like even pan-Russian or pan-Slavic beliefs, it all has to give power to Russia. Russia has to be the hero out of the whole bunch. So you have 2 big dogs fighting for dominance there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I thought that Germany wanted their land. They didn't. They look at the Slavs as being, where the word comes from, slaves. Lesser than.
Well, they didn't. The Slavs and people in that region, they didn't trust the Germans because the Germans were greedy bankers who just wanted to come in and take over their land and stuff. Like that was.
They've been drowned.
There were 2 other points.
Today, the military power of Germany is nothing compared to what it was.
Yeah. Roger, you said who were the bankers?
It was the Germans for that region. The German bankers were the ones coming into like areas like Romania, Hungary, and countries like that, and were trying to take over the region through the banking systems.
You mean the Rothschild bank?
Oh no. That was the juicy people.
No. Listen, Germany.
The Rothschild.
Germany itself was doing it. It has nothing to do with like race or anything like that. Like just the German bankers, which had Jews within it.
Yeah, the Rothschilds.
You're looking at this extremely simply, Roger.
No,
there's a point in this. You have to consider Germany, Austria, which
Austria didn't even. Austria didn't even want unification. As a matter of fact, Hitler had the SS assassinate their freaking leader because he wanted to go with Italy so that he could avoid unification. Like he didn't want to. Austria didn't.
My mother-in-law said they were happy when they came in.
Some
politicians sure seem to like
she was there.
As a country.
Like Germany was the one who wanted to unify.
You consider the long-term distrust between Germany and France.
Well, yeah, that was another aspect too.
Going all the way back to Napoleon.
Yep, it was huge, and that was between Germany and France too. France actually occupied Berlin twice. It was the Napoleonic Wars, and then after that, during what's that? It was in between before Hitler came into power. The Weimar Republic.
Weimar Republic. That was a replacement.
The Weimar.
Yeah, the Weimar Republic.
The Weimar is democratic. It was, and they were weak and they didn't like it.
Well, I mean, the French actually came in and occupied them though, because freaking they were upset with them for not paying their reparations after World War One, and that was the first one I thought of. But then we found out too that it was actually happened before that. Whenever Napoleon was on his rampage, he went into Berlin and occupied it as well. So there was always a blood feud going on with Germany and France and that whole area. Always had to do with banking and freaking superiority. They looked down on everybody as lesser than.
Yeah. Do they all kind of look like down on everybody? All of them?
Well,
You know,
yeah,
they
I
have
mean,
such
Europeans
pride in
are just
country.
Europeans are just dirty scum. I mean,
Well, they're just very proud. They're very
seriously.
proud of their own countries.
Like you can't trust
Their own
French
countries are the best.
French people will eat your horse, dude. They will freaking eat your horse. They're horse eaters. Okay. You can't trust anybody that eats horse. Period. Okay. And Canadians, they're freaking cannibals. They're freaking gonna eat your freaking children and shit.
Yeah, you live next to Canada, Roger, so you probably know all this stuff.
Yeah, I know. I keep trying to tell Mark, and he won't listen. He just keeps, like, okay, whatever, dude. They're your colonials, Freaking, you need to, like, write a letter to them and say that, freaking, you need to stop eating, freaking, your children and your horses. And why did they allow these French people the right to freaking talk in their own languages? Like, that's just retarded. You know what I mean? French people, you're a part of Canada. You need to speak the language or get the hell out. We're sick of you. That's what you need to say in Canada. But no, want to be bilingual.
French. They speak French in Quebec. Quebec.
Yeah, Quebec.
When they have their elections, they have to speak both English and French. First they speak English, and then they speak French.
Yep. And Raph, go ahead and take us out to break.
All right. Well, it's already that time to go to break, so stand by, everybody. Come back in 5 minutes?
5 minutes. Yep.
All right, and we'll continue for our last section of last segment of the VIXEN'S Vault.
Uh-oh. What's going on? No!
Are we on break?
Hold on here.
He's freaking out. There's some bad news.
No.
What happened now?
Broadcaster went down. Anyways, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Oh no.
Poor Mark.
So what do we do with Venezuela then?
You don't want to hear my take on Venezuela, dude. Freaking being honest with you, it's like freaking that country. Somebody needs to do something. It just can't be sitting there getting away with the shit it's been doing. Like, and I'm talking about for the people themselves who live there. They need freaking help.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah. You think we're going to be the ones to help them, though?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like it goes back to this whole illegal immigrant thing that everybody's talking about. There's a reason why they're fleeing their country. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people are literally freaking doing evil shit to their own people, like the government is. And if,
every government is.
Well, the United States is real good about going to Iraq. They're real good about going to Afghanistan. All these countries that have absolutely nothing to do with us, but we say, oh no, let's stay away from Venezuela.
So why don't the US?
I'm gonna get us back on air here.
It's
You back already? That was quick.
No.
That was a quick 5 minutes.
It was a 1 minute. It was a minute break, Mark.
Well, wait a minute here. All right. Well, I'll get us in a break at least.
I feel so sorry for this guy. He's been like working hard all day long.
I mean, the broadcast, the radio broadcaster crashed, so I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's in the water, dude. There's just crazy stuff happening. I told you my computer got wiped out yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I had to literally reinstall my Windows, and everything is gone that I had before.
Sorry about that.
And
start considering doing improving your backup routine.
I've been doing the only thing that I messed up on is with that stuff I've been doing with Minds Gaming, and then I haven't been backing those up. But I mean, like,
also the stream that we had on that on Monday.
That was a recording, and that's one of them that I was talking about. Like if I would have done like usual, I would have had that backed up on the internet. Because I mean,
I don't mean to.
Local backups.
Oh, no.
Remember the 3-2-1.
That doesn't matter when it when that iOS goes out, dude. It's gone.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? It's like it is gone, dude. Like Windows, everything. The only thing that the BIOS was the only thing that was still working. It would go all the way up to my account, and everything would just turn black screen.
Well, that sucks. It really does.
I didn't mean to get on your nerves, Raphael. I'm sure I did. I don't know if he's still there or he.
We got about 2 minutes, and then we'll be back.
I get just as irritated as you, because I take stuff on faith that this is happening like it's supposed to, but I want to see it too. I want to see it.
Believe that everything's supposed to be happening the way. No, come on, dude. You cannot tell me that everybody in this room doesn't think that something is wrong with today and what's going on.
Well, I'm talking about the plan. I'm just saying. And they said to us,
I don't think there is a
looking
plan.
underneath. Well, there is. Looking underneath there is one, but it all has to. They all have to answer to the laws, and they can't make any mistakes. And that's what we're not privy to. We don't know.
Well, I mean, what is the plan, though? That's the whole thing. I mean, what exactly?
Are we still on break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know that we're supposed to be, going over to the quantum financial system, and that all of our money is supposed to go back on gold or some other asset.
Silver. Gold and silver.
Yeah.
Gold and
Well,
silver.
no, for other countries, it could be diamonds. It could be oil. It's whatever the country
30
has.
seconds.
And everybody's currency is supposed to 1 to 1 to 1, so the U.S. won't get that hegemony, because they don't want everybody's supposed to go to a constitutional republic government, and if they don't do it, they don't get the tech. They don't get the med beds. They don't get any other special tech that's coming out.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4,
That's it.
3, 2, 1, and you're back on air right now. And
welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. This is Rafael Martinez. So I was choking on a Kit Kat here for a second. So we were talking about the quote Q plan during the break, and how it relates to Venezuela and everything else. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. It requires a leap of faith that I just cannot muster. And until I actually see, the guillotine drop on, the Clintons and all the other evil predators, that are in our government and in our country in general. I mean, I don't intend to allow pedophiles and cannibals to continue existing once this is all done. See what I'm saying? There's no way that they're going to get a free pass. There's just no way.
They're not supposed to, and they haven't been.
Well, we'll see.
We
they're still walking the streets.
Well, maybe. I mean, it's creatures that look like the,
Again,
that
we're
walk around
talking
looking
clones, alien shapeshifters, all that other stuff. I'm not. Maybe body doubles. But
right.
I mean, otherwise,
if you're gonna create if you're gonna go by a narrative, you got to have something with reasonable amount of in reality, in the recurrent reality that we do know, that we can prove every day. You know, sky's blue, water's wet, et cetera, et cetera. Everything else is hope and wishful thinking. And I just, again, this is where I get back to is I have a hard time just having that kind of blind faith, you know, for us to just hope that, you know, that Trump's going
to. Well, you know,
I understand your problem with that. Yeah, because you can't see it.
You know how you guys are always big on talking about the Hegelian dialect?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me, I've never mentioned this before, but I want to point something out about that, okay? The reason why it was named was because of a guy by the name of Hegel, who actually came up with the whole concept, wrote it down and everything, okay? Now, I think that a naming of that was deceptive because, for one thing, when everybody hears Hegelian dialect, they think that this man came up with the whole concept and he was one person behind all that. It wasn't that. What happened was he started doing research and he found patterns that took place throughout history, and that was what he did. He sat down and he took and wrote those patterns down, and he came up with the whole concept of the Hegelian dialect, okay? These were ideas that have been going on since the beginning of freaking known civilization, that he noticed the patterns in. And like the other night, when, and I'm kind of worried about mentioning it because it actually caused my computer to collapse. We were talking, me and Nancy and Raph were about freaking duality and triality, and you get into this part of philosophy where they start talking about the third element, and that would be kind of like oxygen mixing with hydrogen, which creates water, okay, kind of thing. Now, the Hegelian dialect is a part of that. All right. This is where, when you have two forces that work together intensely, it creates something entirely new. Okay. So, like, when you take a look at all of the stuff going on right now, what you're really looking at are two forces, two energies that are working against one another or together, one or the other, and it's creating something new, a third thing. Okay, and that's kind of what we're seeing today, in my opinion. Okay,
is that the fifth generation?
No, that's
warfare.
Warfare. That's a third element. Okay, that's referred to. It's literally referred to as the third element. You that leads you into the triad. Okay, which is, it goes from duality to triality, and triality is just basically the triad. You know, a functional triad. And these are all facts. These aren't like any pseudo-scientific things or anything like that. These are things that freaking scholars actually research and they talk about. But this is all a part of that, you know what I mean? So, and it has to do with religious structures. It has to do with psychology. It has to do with freaking philosophy. All of it, everything that we've learned has created this situation. You can blame it on aliens all you want. You can blame it on spirits, whatever. But I don't see it that way, you know. So when you said that, that's why I decided I wanted to say that, because I hope it made sense.
Oh, here's the thing, though. I mean, there was once upon a time when I was younger, much younger, and still indoctrinated. I would have been rooting for a lot of what's going on today. But now that I'm older, I'm out, and I'm not faced with the same indoctrination on a daily basis I've spent the last, since 2012, digging into all of this stuff. I view things from a completely different lens. And so I cannot just wholeheartedly support anything the government does. Everything needs to have its T's crossed and I's dotted. And claiming, putting Nicolas Maduro on a most wanted contract for $5 million for drug trafficking, resurrecting criminal gangs that have been defunct for decades, like Aragua. They resurrected that for this whole narrative.
I think it's 50 million now.
Declaring them, narco terrorists, so they can get around War Power Act. Is my problem with the whole thing. It's not that I have a problem with killing our narco traffickers. They're some of the worst people on the planet, and they, down in Mexico, they chop people up on a regular basis. They chop them up, pull them in barrels, or they hang them naked over a street overpass. They do all kinds of horrible things. That even Saudi Arabia would have a hard time keeping up with these guys. ISIS didn't have nothing on the narco traffickers down in Mexico. They're killing people wholesale, just killing people left and right. And so this is where I say, if you just look at the term terrorist, it's basically committing acts of violence for a political outcome that has nothing, Venezuela's, whatever drug trafficking they are involved in has nothing to do with it. But Mexico, you goddamn right they do. That's what the whole hanging and beheading and chopping people up is about. They're trying to keep people in check. That is political persuasion through fear and intimidation. If there was ever a righteous target, it should have been Mexico. It still is Mexico, and it will be Mexico until they're all gone. And I have no problems with that. But they still need to do it the correct way. The whole, ever since 9/11, I told my parents this once I read the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act was the beginning of the end of this country. That was how they were going to destroy the Constitution one bit at a time. It already started before that, the war on drugs, and then the Oklahoma City bombing, another false flag. There have been multiple inflection points in U.S. history where you can see how they're taking down the Constitution one bit at a time. But the Patriot Act, by far, did the most amount of damage in the shortest amount of time. And this is where, now they're able to just slap that ill-labeled terrorist on anybody. And with the NDA of 2012, indefinitely detain and assassinate with no due process anywhere in the world, including the United States. Now we have no functional constitution. It is exactly what I said we had. It's not a constitutional government. It's not even a republic. It's a tyrannical government of oligarchs. And their policy is, what the F are you going to do about it? And I caught myself, Mark. You should be proud of me.
What about continuity of government? Does that enter?
The continuity of government under Rex 84. That's been in place for the longest time. That's how the deep state stays in power. It's already there. It's already set up. That's the reason why they have the deep underground bunkers, the underground cities, the underground highway networks, all of it. It's already
I'm talking
been
about
in place.
The one that's in place now, the one that they're using to get rid of all this stuff.
Well,
we
had Nancy and I had a theory that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Johnson?
No, don't know who it is.
You don't know who Derek Johnson is?
No.
Really? Okay.
No.
Wow.
All of us are so nerd hunting on their heads now.
He explains everything that's being done that Trump has done, and did you think that Biden was our president, or that we had a legal inauguration? You didn't think that, right?
No. And here's the thing, though, and I know where you're going with that, but no, it just. Even with that, if that was the case, then Trump was actually in office during the Biden administration, and Biden was just a puppet,
And that means that Trump let all these illegal immigrants in so that he could declare martial law, militarize the police, basically create a police state,
year,
and then allow Palantir to become the digital control grid, the predictive policing, kill chain, basically assassinate U.S. citizens using the kill chain.
Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it would be nice to put it all on him, but it's not.
Well, it was on his watch, is what I'm saying.
I know, but everybody blames like.
It's not that we're
Trump
putting it
for
on
that.
him. It was on his watch.
But it was, my thing. I heard that
different
Warp Speed was his way. His Warp Speed. I heard it was his way of derailing the FEMA camps.
Yes.
And the roundups.
Right.
I had heard that, but I'm just it's.
Anything
it's
that they're
all
doing,
I'm not impressed.
they have to do
I'm
it,
not
and it's
impressed with
fifth generation warfare. And I will get the book soon.
Listen,
because it doesn't make sense.
When they take me up on my offer to man the guillotine for free, I will believe it. Until then, I see
I
some heads
believed
roll.
it in 2007.
The thing is,
I believe
how else
a little
would
bit
you
in
do it?
2018, a little bit in 2019, but 2025, they've kicked the everything down the road. The indictments, 40,000, then 50,000, then 80,000, then 100,000, then Clinton, then Bush didn't really die, sitting in jail. Then Cheney didn't really. It's just after a while, I got to draw a line somewhere.
I understand what you're saying.
Comical.
But they just have to do that in order. They have reasons for what they're doing.
Oh, I know. There's a reason for everything. Otherwise, they shouldn't be able to have their feet planted where they are.
But here's the thing, though. People like me, like constitutional patriots. There's no more constitutional patriot than a Marine. We were literally indoctrinated in boot camp to be the defenders of the Republic. Before anybody else, before the Army, before the Air Force, before the Navy, the Marines would be the first ones to kick the fucking door in. Jesus, Mark, I'm sorry. We'd be the first ones throwing the flashbangs in, and it's just this idea that we got to keep sitting on our hands, keep the powder dry. All the other bull BS. It's like, it feels to me like they're running down the clock until I'm 70 years old and I couldn't walk down the street without a walker and shit in my Depends.
Okay. Yeah. They have reasons, and I know everybody is tired of the waiting, and they have to answer to international tribunals as well. So everything they do has to be right.
There's very real lives in Palestine that have been dying for the last 26 months.
Exactly.
You see, these are real lives. These are real families. They're not just numbers. It's not just something like a false flag that's on the news. This is very, very real. So while we're waiting, there's an awful lot of pain that's being dealt out. An awful lot of pain.
I have a lot of compassion for people in the Middle East too when it comes to the Palestinians and stuff, but I'm sick of the shit that's happening here in the United States. Okay.
Yes.
What I'm getting sick and tired of is worrying about all these other countries. Okay, we were an isolationist country for a reason back in the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we didn't want to get involved in the stuff that was going on in Europe, and there was a reason.
Right, you can use that as a reason too, Roger.
Well, we need to take care. We need to take care of what's happening here, and we need to get this nationalist bullshit out of our country. We need to get the socialist out of. We have a constitution that is codified. It is 100% freaking stays the same unless it is voted on a fifth Article 5 convention. And that only it changes the amendments. That Constitution stays the same. There is no other country that has freaking that other than maybe a few of them here recently. The rest of them can go around changing their constitutions left and right and just get away with it.
Well, yeah, but now we're back on the Constitution. and we're not on maritime law anymore.
We need,
I mean, that was huge.
We need to stay away from anything that isn't constitutional law. If it's not constitution, that means we're freaking going to freaking give in to nationalism or socialism.
Yeah, but it's common law. It's not British maritime law, and which is what all of the judges and lawyers have to go back to law school and learn common law all over again, because
we just need to learn the Constitution.
I hope we don't have any more genocides. Wait.
You know, if it's not the Constitution, it's illegal. Point blank.
Right.
But I'm with Roger on this, and that's always been my argument. We need to clean house first before we can even think about doing anything to anybody else.
We just did get back on common law. We just did. We just got back on.
Okay. And yet the IRS still exists.
All right.
And yet the captured court system still exists. So on and so forth. Like I said, it's all bullshit pixie dust.
And I want to point something out. Mark has done already. Mark Edworthy would have been proud to point out that common law started in England. It didn't start here. So let's cut that common law bullshit out.
Yeah, but what happened? Yeah, but we didn't need to take over the British maritime law stuff.
Right.
Which, I mean, we're just, you know, when you're on the
Constitution, and it's the Constitution. If it's not written in the Constitution, it shouldn't be practiced here in the United States. Point blank.
Okay. So we should not have had birth certificates. We should not have to pay taxes. We should not. All of these things.
You're starting to figure it out. Good for you.
No, I know that. That's what the Q thing was saying to everybody.
Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
That has legally just been
People
done.
knew that far before the Q movement.
That's right, but
The
we're
kids
the
and the
Q
fact that they're
movement is the
traded
one
on Wall
that's
Street.
done. It's now been taken care of. I mean, who is in charge of the stock exchange now? You know, right?
Goldman Sachs.
No, Trump. Yes, because of the executive orders. You know this. Oh, come on.
I mean, you know, the New York Stock Exchange literally sits on property owned by Goldman Sachs, right?
Okay, Goldman Sachs. You know that they are owned, right? That.
All right.
I guess I'm the only one that knows anything.
You're right. They are owned.
Pixie dust and fairy farts. Yeah, I know, we get it.
Okay.
I
understand. My husband's sitting
What
here
was
going,
the English
"They just
guy's
don't
name?
believe it."
Wilson? Was his name George Wilson or something with the bald head in England?
Yeah.
You guys familiar with the Q guy or whatever? Not just Q, but he talked about other stuff too. Something Wilson. Dang, I don't know.
The only
bald guy from England.
Well, Mark's the only English guy we have, and he's not into Q whatsoever. Trust me.
All right, yeah.
Well,
Charlie Wilson.
But
No. And now I'm thinking of the old senator. Never mind.
But the point is, we need to clean house, and we need to get back to the Constitution before we even think about, blowing anybody up. Yeah, it's just the people of Venezuela are largely poor and illiterate, and that was something that Hugo Chavez was trying to fix. For them to penalize them for using oil profits for that is wrong. And the fact of the matter is, history has already shown that this road is going to lead us, to a lot of problems in the future. We did this in Iran when Mossadegh was in power. He decided he wanted to up the amount of royalties they were getting for Iran from BP oil, and when BP oil refused, he nationalized their oil. And because of that, BP oil complained to MI6, who complained to CIA, and they ousted Mossadegh and put in the Shah of Iran, which in of itself, they try to say that he was the best leader Iran ever had. That was BS. Mossadegh was duly elected in a sectarian government, which means religion played no part in it, and we overthrew that. They had a perfectly good government, and we overthrew them for it. Now, look at us now. It's over 70 plus years later, and we're still paying for that that action, that blowback. We're still experiencing blowback from that action. So what are we going to do? We're going to do the same thing in Venezuela in our own hemisphere? We're going to do the same thing in Venezuela in our own hemisphere? We're just opening up a can of worms that we just don't need to be doing. Because Venezuela will just be the first domino in a broader, with broader implications throughout Latin America.
Yeah, and they know that. Colombia knows that. They're getting ready, etc.
Well, the United States is trying to turn Colombia into basically a hopping pad. They want to create a base down there. But more importantly, though, is that they're going to drive everybody to the BRICS. They're going to drive everybody to the BRICS because they're going to see that if you don't toe their line, all the things that can happen to them. And so the global South, not just Latin America, but including Africa, is going to jump on board with Brazil and Russia, or China and Russia, because they're going to come in and say, you know what? We know that the United States is a bully, and they're criminals and crooks and terrorists, and we're going to come help you. We're going to help you economically, we're going to help you militarily, and you won't have to put up with their BS anymore. We're going to drive the world into their arms.
Well,
they're not the problem. We got to look at ourselves in the mirror to see it. What?
All right,
209
Raph.
countries already on BRICS.
We got to start wrapping up. We got about a minute,
All
minute
right.
and a half.
Okay, so everybody, let's go ahead and start giving our contact information. We'll start with Roger.
You find me here. You can find me on Teams. You can find me on Discord at Wonderful World of Weirdness or Roger's Hangout on Teams. I'm also on mines at Roger_Hansen. And
Holy shit, we need to shorten that up. Mark Edwards.
Okay. I'm a little easier. I'm at mines.com under the username Medworthy.
David?
Yeah, David Champ on Facebook. You can see my great wildlife pictures, and Amazon.com UFO spacecraft identification manual under David Campione. Jason,
Vicky?
go for it.
Oh, Jason, yeah, go ahead. You're muted, Jason.
Thank you.
Okay,
MC
Vicky,
underscore dirty work. BitChute and DLive. Rumble, there's no underscore. It's just MC Dirty Work. Also, I got a YouTube channel, MC Dirty Work. And there you have it. Instagram, MC Dirty Work with the underscore. Bang, bang.
Cool. Vicky?
Okay, you can find me on Telegram. My channel is For Such a Time as This. And on X, Bookland at Booklander62.
All right, and you can find Nancy and myself at the VIXEN'sVault.com. We have our social links on there, on Telegram and Facebook and Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. And Mark.
Yep, it's time to go. So I'm going to take us out.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight on the Vixen's Vault, and I hope to catch you next week. See ya.
There you go. We're going to get cut off here in a little bit. I don't want to do an after show. I got a lot of other stuff that I got to take care of.
Okay.
He's scared.
Sounds good.
Since we got a crash, so I'm going to try to patch this up. All right.
He's
All right.
been
Good night,
he's
everybody.
been ducking out on the after show.
Yeah, have a good
night, guys. That was
All right.
fun.
Always a pleasure.
Take care.
All right.
All right.
See you guys later.
I'll get this up and out like I always do.
All right.
Girlfriend, Roger.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. It's been a great night. I'm going to host over, if you're in Kick, to of course, if you're in Kick, we're going over to The Great Conspiracy. And as soon as I get this going, I'm going to take and wrap everything up here. Hold on. Still working on stuff. Man, it started out great. I'm going to tell you. So, but good night, everybody, and I'll be around. Let me see here. Let me see how I can. If I can do a raid over on D Live, I will. I don't know how to do that. So, okay, I'll work on that over next week. So, everybody out there, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate each and every one of you. Good night, and I'll